Okay. Okay, hold. Oh. So. Put that there. Where's my display? Oh. Shabam! We got that. We got that up. We got it up. And we got it up. Alright. I don't mean to... wasn't supposed to say that. Shush. Start that over. What? Well. Manuel. That's not my name. My name's Goose. Hi. Sup? What's up? You know? What's up? So, you know, I mean, today's pretty much going to be the same old as yesterday. Got my earbud in my pocket. It's not something you want to forget. I am sweating. I'm sweating big time. Why is there always just something? Is that what we're seeing? We're seeing the mic. Okay. Ay. It's hard to get the green screen, you know, to cooperate most of the time, but you know what? It's not that bad. What's up, Karina Benitez? How's it going? Today we're unlocking mysteries of the unknown. I hope you're ready. Allow me to curate
10 murder mysteries that...
Maybe not murder mysteries. Maybe not murder mysteries. Maybe just regular old mysteries. So, I am still recovering from a sickness that has ravaged my immune system. And so what we're doing is we are actually just, you know, we're doing something that we normally don't really get the chance to do. And that is react to some conspiracy talk videos while not doing tarot. Just reacting, you know. I'm not trying to multitask that much. I would just like to hang out and enjoy myself. And I think that's pretty much what we're going to end up doing. Just chilling and reacting to some conspiracy talk videos, you know? Gosh darn it. I think that's important. I don't know why I didn't turn these on. Well, I guess I don't have it, like, set up. Whatever. You get what I'm saying. I see that we got a subscription on the YouTubes from Leo is cool. I appreciate it, Leo. Didn't have an alert set up for that for YouTube, but maybe next time. A JK. So we're going to take a look at some conspiracy videos. I guess conspiracy, whatever you'd call it. It's mostly just like unsolved mystery videos. It's not going to be like, oh, you know, stuff about the Epstein files. I hope not. I mean, maybe it might be, but I'm really looking for more like just general unsolved mysteries of the unknown void. You know, that old chestnut. Why is this reversed? You get what I'm saying? Why is that reversed? Isn't that strange? Let's switch that. There we go. Nope, that's still reversed. Weird. Why is it backward? There we go. So, yeah. So, like, exactly, Bounty League. Kind of like the Mandala effect, but, you know, maybe we'll find some... I'm really just going to be browsing through some TikToks, so it might broach a little bit of, like, the old, like, the stuff that we've kind of rehashed over and over again, all this, you know, the stuff that's happening these days. It might be some of that, but I'm hoping to find some fresh takes and fresh, what, you get what I'm saying. Hoping to make it a little bit fresh. You know, I don't know why I said fresh so many times, but yeah, you get what I'm saying. Just want to make sure that this is nice and visible. Let me know if it is not. Why do you guys have to make, like, she's making a noise like a snuffling little pig. Because that's what she is. She's a snuffling little piggy. Snuffling little piggy. Alright. God, we went from 30 to 13 to 4 viewers. Isn't that a weird, immediate
The world's
decline?
greatest unsolved mysteries. The last one will shock you.
Will it?
There is an area in Mexico called the Zone of Silence where phones don't work.
I'm gonna say that where's the mystery here, because there's quite a few places like that on Earth already. It's only 9 o'clock. You don't eat for another 2 hours. You're insane. She's insane. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. She's insane.
Radios hear only static and meteorites fall. This mysterious area has baffled scientists for years, and no one can come to a conclusion as to why these things happen.
I'm very certain that's not true. I'm very certain that scientists are maybe like inconclusive. Like maybe the so far things have been inconclusive, but I'm not willing to bet that that they're baffled, because you know, scientists, I mean, they may not have a clear answer on some things, but that doesn't mean that they're necessarily baffled. And I would say that if we're doing like cursory studies and assuming that this mystery is thus far unexplained or unexplainable, then I'm still going to say that scientists aren't baffled. I just don't think that's the case.
There is someone who wants to be more than just friends with you. It is
What?
the third person who appears when you click Share Then Messenger.
Okay, and then we put a nice little chainmail message on there. Kind of weird, but okay.
The Hanging Gardens of Babylon. This ancient wonder of the world was multiple stories tall with running water and an innumerable amount of trees and plants built in the middle of the desert. The only problem is no proof of its existence has ever been.
Don't we know that the Hanging Gardens are a thing? Like, isn't that one of the world wonders? I was under that impression. If I'm wrong, let me know. Because I thought that was I thought we already knew what... I thought we knew what was going on.
Found. Some historians think the whole thing is a myth. What do you think?
Oh my god, my nose
Comment
itches
your
so
theory.
much.
Before the last mystery, please support us by pressing the follow button to enjoy new videos daily. In 1513, an Ottoman admiral created a scarily accurate world map. This map depicted the entire Mediterranean with detail that wouldn't be seen again for hundreds of years. Even more bizarre is the map even shows Antarctica. The only problem is that Antarctica wasn't officially discovered until 300 years
Okay, I mean, that doesn't mean that it wasn't still a fucking round.
later. The world's greatest...
Cool.
Mysteries that remain unsolved to this day. Jack the Ripper was a serial killer active in London in 1888, whose identity has never been proven. In 1950, nine hikers died under strange
maybe I'm
circumstances
just bored
in
of
the
these,
Dyatlov.
the constant things where it's just like AI voice. Like it's the characteristic AI voice and the I don't know. I guess I feel like I'm over it. You know, like, hey, I eat my veggies. What's going on? I think people in general over it, right? I'm not like pissed about it, but it'd be nice if we could, you know, start getting people using voiceovers once again, you know, like we used to, like in the old days. I mean, I know that it's time consuming, but just write a script, man. You know, it's almost like, it feels to me like shorts are just bad. Like short form content has just like gotten out of hand, you know? That's what it feels like. Maybe I'm wrong. All right? Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm rarely wrong. Gosh darn it. I'm very rarely wrong. All right? Don't cyberbully me. I did a green screen so that I could do this. So that I could go like, hey, look, there's that thing that we're watching right now. Look at that. Look, there's that thing's gonna shoot. Go, boo! You see? That's the whole reason for the green screen. There was no other good reason. It really is that simple. You are not getting fed yet. You have 2 hours. How are they asking me for food right now? This is insane. They don't do this. Like, they're going crazy right now waiting for food. And I never feed them this early. I don't understand. Ay. Bunch of weirdos. You pups. You weirdos. You bunch of weird pups. How's everyone doing today? How are you guys doing? I didn't even ask that when the stream started. How rude of me. How's everyone doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? And how are 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 you doing? Huh? If you're just flipping through shorts on YouTube and you found us, then welcome. And if it's your first time here, then especially welcome. And I hope that you hang out for a bit. And that we can hang out and, watch some cool videos together. How about it? Whoop.
The mystery of how Stephen Clark vanished from a public restroom.
Yep.
On the 28th of December in 1992, 23-year-old Stephen Clark disappeared under circumstances so unusual that his case continues to haunt investigators, his family,
is this
and the
the
community
one...
of Saltburn in North Yorkshire. What should have been an ordinary winter walk with his mother Doris ended in a mystery that has remained unsolved for more than 3 decades. Stephen was last seen entering a public restroom near Saltburn's seafront promenade. By the time his mother emerged from the adjoining women's facility only minutes later, her son had vanished without a trace. Stephen Charles Clark was born on the 30th of August in 1969 in Colchester, Essex, to Charles and Doris Clark, both former police officers.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm
His
definitely
early
not going to
childhood
know
was
if
marked
it's
by
based in the
tragedy
UK.
when, at only 2 years old, he was struck
That
by
is not a
truck
thing that I would
after
be familiar
wandering
with.
from the family home. The accident left him in a coma for a month and resulted in permanent injuries, including a damaged arm and a noticeable limp. Despite these difficulties, Stephen
And then
grew
we
into a
move the
tall,
chat
intelligent, and sociable young man with passions for music, swimming, bowling,
Put
and
that there.
computers.
And then we put that.
Much of Stephen's youth was
that
spent in
below
South
the face
Africa,
cam. Ooh,
where the
look at
family
that.
lived
Look, we're all
before
fancy
returning
now.
to England in 1990.
Look at that. We did it.
Settling in Masca by the Sea, Stephen attended the Rathbone Society, an organisation
2 hours.
dedicated
You still
to
have
helping
2
disabled
hours.
people find employment. Though he faced difficulties due to his disability, Stephen applied himself fully and was recognised with an apprentice.
If you like
of the Year
conspiracy
award,
theories, and
highlighting
if you
his
like
determination and
just
skill. On the day of his
all this,
disappearance,
like, stuff in
Stephen's
general,
father Charles had gone
then
to watch Middlesbrough
feel free to stick
play
around and
Crystal
say
Palace,
hi.
leaving Doris and Stephen
I
to
much
spend
appreciate
the
it.
afternoon
My
together.
nose is very itchy right now.
They chose to take a long walk.
It's about the
along
time of
beach
year
in
where we're going to
Saltburn.
start seeing allergies
As
stuff.
they began heading home,
Not looking
Stephen
forward to that.
mentioned that he needed to use the restroom, and they stopped at a public facility near the seafront pier. Doris entered the women's restroom while Stephen entered the men's. That was the last confirmed sighting of him. When Doris came out minutes later, Stephen was gone. Believing he may have already...
I definitely don't think I've heard of this
home,
one before.
She followed the route back, but never saw him. When she returned to their residence, Stephen was not there. She later explained that she had not checked inside the men's restroom, stating that Stephen, being 23, would have been embarrassed by such an intrusion. When Charles returned from the football match later that day, Doris explained what had happened. Together, they searched for their son, but found no trace of him. At 6 o'clock that evening, they reported Stephen missing to the police. At the time of his disappearance, Stephen was described as 6 feet 3 inches tall, with a medium build, blue eyes, and dark brown hair. He was wearing a maroon crewneck jumper, a navy parka with a fur hood, denim jeans, and grey trainers. Doris also recalled that just before Stephen went into the restroom, 2 men accompanied by a young woman had entered behind him. Strangely, these individuals were never identified.
I don't think we're going to get anywhere with these. It's going to have to be shorts, unfortunately.
Do you love uncovering mysterious secrets and unexplained...
The world is full of mysteries that science still can't explain. Here are 5 of the creepiest unsolved mysteries.
More AI.
The Bermuda Triangle, a deadly zone where ships and planes vanish without a trace. The Dyatlov Pass incident. 9 hikers
Oh, okay,
in
we're
Russia
just rattling them
dead
off. We're not
in
actually,
bizarre,
like, substantiating that at all. Okay.
conditions. The WOW signal,
All right.
a strange radio signal from space detected
Sweet.
in 1977.
Why don't we just go
Never
back to
heard
TikTok? Ay, ay, ay. All right. See, yeah, it's gonna be like a lot of current event stuff. Unfortunately, I'm trying to avoid it, but I don't think we're gonna be able to. So I'll just try to scroll past anything that's not a good contribution to the overall message. You know what I'm saying? And if you guys have any links to like some fun conspiracy bullshit that you would like people to mull over, I'd be into that. An itchy nose is nature's way of saying it's time for another bump. You know, I guess so. That would make sense, you know, although that's a little too expensive these days. Unless you know where to get it, you know, where the good stuff is purchased, right? Or the cheap stuff.
A millionaire named Francis Sheldon decided to buy an island in Michigan for $20,000, and that was North Fox Island. Francis came from...
Too obscure. I'm not going to be able to
Once
connect
you
with
hear
this.
it, you can't unhear it. After doing a lot of research, I truly feel, in my opinion, that Disney has been indoctrinating the public into some bad stuff for over 85 years now. And here's why. Pinocchio was released in 1940, but there's one scene that says it all. Let's watch.
Mm-hmm. So what we're doing is we're taking a look at media that's like really, really old, and we're doing what people do like with Bible prophecies. We are concentrating our efforts on trying to say, I was right about something all along, rather than being, you know, at our city council meetings going, why aren't you prosecuting the PDF files? But you know what? Be an activist in the way that you think is going to be the most effective. And you do you, all right? I mean, I guess I wouldn't be surprised if somebody was trying to make a very roundabout passive reference to the idea of child predation in show business spaces. It's been that way for a long time, and I applaud people for trying to bring it into the forefront of the discourse. So totally fine. But it's I think trying to find proof and stuff that's so old is like you're trying to be like, see, I knew this all along. And I think that's really just more self-aggrandizing than anything else. I've made several shorts, but they are anti-Christian, not mystery. My fave is a video about how to make a crown of thorns for Easter with the whole fam instead of doing Easter egg hunts. Well, the reason we're doing, unsolved mysteries and conspiracy theories and stuff like that today is because I do a lot of anti-Christian stuff, and I wanted to kind of like, just take a break from that. I've been doing a lot of consumption of like Christian material to prepare for to prepare for anti-Christian material. And it is overwhelming, especially when I'm sick. Yeah, it's today's. I'm trying to be more relaxed and more mellow today. You know. Left you a thumbs up. Have a blessed day. I stopped by for your Bible versus Tarot card stream too, but didn't chat. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. Glad you were there. I welcome pretty much anybody into the realm of mystery. That sounds fun, so I said that. I don't know why I said realm of mystery, but I gotta commit to it now. That's how I found you. Good. Well, good. Anywho, you do you and have fun. I'm gonna go outside and relax too. All right, have fun. Enjoy the rest of your Dizzy. That's what the kids say things like these days. They say stuff like Dizzy. Isn't that Kizzle? Yeah. Bet you didn't know that, did you? Oh, God. No. Didn't want to do that. Didn't want to do that.
3 conspiracy theories proven to be true.
Proven?
3. 1. Operation Sea Spray in 1950 was when the U.S. tested biological weapons on American cities without telling.
Oh yeah, gosh, it's not like anybody has double jointed fucking joint, or it's not like anybody's double jointed or anything. It's not like you don't like. Yeah, doesn't anybody like? You have groups of friends all throughout life, right? And in those groups of friends, you have to have somebody that is at least somewhat double jointed. And it looks real weird when people flex those double joints, when they show them off, because it's real fun to look at. Why do I sound like the apparently kid? And apparently, I use that. I've been watching that clip a lot lately, and so maybe it's that I've just, I have to put that in a video that I was editing earlier, and so I've like gone over that quite a lot. That could be it. But it just someone like having a weird positioned ankle doesn't mean anything. Not the least of which that this is a clone. Or a shapeshifter, as people have been saying. And she could have broken her ankle. Like, because she could have broken her ankle. I mean, that's just somebody who has tripped on high heels. Have you never tripped in high heels? Okay. I don't need to say why I've tripped in high heels before, okay? Do not cyberbully me. I'm gonna let my dogs out real quick. You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and feed them. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh my gosh. What have we become? What have we become? I don't know. I don't know what I've become. What I've done. Okay, I mean, you're taking way too much time to inspect parts of her breast. You know that people have moles removed, right? And people put fake moles on themselves all the fucking time. I mean, I know that it's really easy to just kind of dismiss what you see with your own eyes sometimes, but try not to, perhaps, you know? Try to maybe look at everything in the picture that is included in the picture. Like maybe perhaps this thing here. Fucking look at her face! Come on! You can add a mole. And when you tan all the time, like a lot of people do, especially people with free time on their hands, like celebrities, you're probably gonna get some more moles on you. Okay? Look at the face. Come on. Jesus. She's a clone. We know because she has an extra mole. You know how you can tell there's a clone? When they have an extra mole. Somewhere on their body, usually it's on their breast. I know. I've seen quite a lot of breasts. Alright? I look at breasts all the damn time. I am always inspecting those breasts. Okay? I'm gonna know if they got an extra mole! There's no way I'm not gonna be able to tell. I'm eyes balls deep in those fucking breasts. Alright? Everyone, men and women, everything in between, every shade of the Pantone scale, okay? I know what a clone is. Alright? Don't you try to tell me what a clone is. I'll fucking tell you. I'll fucking tell you what a clone is. I'll get a goddamn clone army. We'll take over the goddamn Senate. We'll install a chancellor. And then we'll make him emperor. Alright? And then he's going to reveal that he's the Dark Lord of the Sith. Okay? That's right. That's what I'll do. Let me make sure that my one dog isn't trying to steal the other dog's food. Give me one moment. One moment. Don't! You fucking chair! Ah, Jesus! Ah. Woo! Did you ever hit your toe on the wall? Now I know why they're called kick plates. Hey yo, I am in extreme pain. Woo! That hurt a lot. That hurt quite a bit. I feel like my toe has been shattered. My toe has been shattered.
Ariana Grande might have accidentally revealed the secrets about celebrities dyeing their hair blonde.
Oh shit.
Is it call for help? Close. Oh, okay. Close. Yeah? Yo, speaking of DDG, there's a streamer that's blonde right now. That's why I want to talk about it. Jason the Ween. Oh my god. No, but like, check this out. So
what?
The theory is usually when people start blowing up or before they really pop off, they dye their hair blonde. Yeah. And you see it in celebrities, actors, actresses, social media personalities.
What?
I'm sure Rice Gum's done it.
Yeah, he's done it for sure.
What? Wait. Hold. What? So being tired of the way that you look currently and just wanting to make a change is a cry for help? Oh man, we're really reaching. We're really reaching out here in the streets. Oh my gosh. Jesus. Before you start the tarot fun, Zug. Yeah, for the Horde, I guess. Also, 0 Epstein arrests in the USA. Oh man, yeah. You ain't gotta remind me. We're all painfully aware. We are all... Oh, man. People, normal people are crossing their fingers. And non-normal people are doing that hand-wringing thing like, I'm only going to get to eat more children. Ooh. And normal people are just like, I wish this would end. And yet it won't. Not right now, at least. Maybe sometime soon. What? I'm trying to do a creepy city walk here. Show me a creepy city walk. Is that a thing? 3 a.m. rain walk? No, I want daytime. I want like a daytime. Is there a creepy city walk through a daytime location that I could probably find somewhere, do you think? Oh, here we go. That'll work. Raleigh, North Carolina. I love that city. Haven't been there, but I imagine it's pretty nice. I really enjoy North Carolina as just a state. It's got some great landscape and some of the best restaurants, in my opinion, in the country are part of the North Carolina setup. Where's Chattanooga? I don't remember where Chattanooga is. But there's a restaurant in Chattanooga that I really like.
This is what's weird. Ariana Grande, before she...
This is not weird. We watched this.
Here are the conspiracy theories floating around TikTok this week. They're pretty...
Okay. We saw her. Let's hope this is a different one from the one that I saw, because she's got a whole channel of this stuff.
wild, so sit down, get a drink, and take a minute.
Nope, this is the one that we saw already. We can watch it again. Just real quick. I won't like stop and go and all that stuff. We'll just watch it real quick once through. It's 2 minutes long. I'll quit it when I get bored.
Justin Bieber and Selena Gomez had a baby. They were given the option of sacrificing Selena.
Yep. Nope. It's the same thing. It's the same thing as the Selena Gomez thing.
Tommy Mottola is the devil.
How would you think that because people go through a phase of life changes, they have kids, they don't have kids, they get married, they get divorced, they go into like they get movie TV show roles, and then they don't have those roles, and they do have those roles. Like, there are big things that happen to celebrities all the time, and what we think when we see like family members, they grow over such a long period of time. Our kids grow over such a long period of time, and so we almost never really we're almost never able to perceive that a person is growing in real time or changing. That also means as people get older, like they start to shrink, or they start to sag, or they start to, if you don't maintain yourself, get wrinkles and shit like that. All that is stuff that happens to celebrities too. It just happens. It manifests in different ways because celebrities don't live like we do. Celebrities are handled from the moment they get up to the moment they go to bed. They have someone who's planned out their entire itinerary. And so if you don't have a way to express yourself in the same way that a mailman's going to, like, you don't necessarily get to go home to your family at 5 o'clock in the evening, have a normal routine, something that you can depend on and you can just go to and is normal and consistent. No, like, your life is in chaos most of the time because you're always like going on to the next project, or you're, it's just like, there's just always something that's going on in your world. And it's so weird that people are like clinging on to this idea that, they live weirdly, so therefore there must be something shady going on. It's not happening.
I'm not supposed to say what I'm gonna say right now, but I have to let you in on a secret.
Science.
No, please don't videotape what I'm gonna say.
He doesn't sound drunk to you? He doesn't sound at all drunk, or, like, I don't know. I feel like maybe this is like someone flogging this man's dead body. Oh God, to get clout somehow. I don't like it. Feels slimy,
Okay. Turn that off, please. No, what? I don't mind. Tape it.
Oh! Marco is getting gangsta today!
Mariah Carey, after divorcing Tommy, came to me crying.
Mm-hmm.
Crying. She was crying so bad I had to hold her.
Mm-hmm.
And
he doesn't seem like he's drunk or extremely high right now. He definitely does. Very much so.
She said to me...
Look at those eyes. Fucking blissed like he's seeing God right now.
That this is an evil man. And Michael, this man follows me, she said. He taps her phones. And he's very, very evil. She doesn't trust him. And he is a horrible human being. Tommy Mottola is...
I mean... What... Who the fuck is Tommy? Okay, first, hang on. Tommy Mottola. Okay, so somebody that was, like, on the Epstein list, right? Apparently, I'm guessing. Is that why this clip is resurfacing? I mean, why can't we have, like, alien conspiracy theories anymore, Did I X that out? Chi-Chi. Oh my god, she's got her leg wrapped around my cable. Jesus. I just had to make her think it was a fun game we were playing. What? Why on earth is it doing a double now? Yeah, I guess I did. I guess I did do that. There we go. And we go back to YouTube. Oh no, it was TikTok, sorry. We go back to TikTok. Hi, by the way. Hey, if you're just showing up, how's it going? I hope your day's going well. And welcome to the channel. I hope that you stick around. We're going to be talking about conspiracy videos. Debunking, I guess. I'm not really an expert at debunking things, but I mean, I have some
behind this door
experience with debunking things. So maybe this is that time, There we go. And then hang on, let me get the window set up. Let me get it set up correctly here. Also, if you're just joining, could you please stick around and hang out for a little bit? I am trying to build a community. It'd be great if I can, depend on you guys for a little bit of that support. I'd much appreciate it. Thank you very much. And you don't even have to like the video. Don't throw a like on it. Don't worry about that. Feel free to comment, though. Say hi, say what's up. Enjoy the community. Etc. Etc. Oh, geez. How do I fix that? Reset. There we go. Reset. There we go. Perfect. All right, we can do this again.
And ladies and gentlemen, the Epstein files are now saying that Britney Spears is cloned. We all wondered what happened to the
Oh, for Christ's sake. So, I mean, if there's somebody out there with more knowledge of just the raw Epstein files themselves, could you tell me if they've ever said in those that they've succeeded in cloning somebody? Because I got a hard time believing that. I don't think that's a thing. I don't know why they would try to suggest that Britney Spears has been cloned. Especially since, I mean, she's always kind of said some crazy stuff on her own. She doesn't really need to be a clone to have, you know, been kind of out there. It's just like celebrities, you know, like celebrities are so, it's really easy to think like, oh, this celebrity's been compromised, you know, like, or cloned, I guess. Simply because just by the sheer fact that celebrities are weird. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, guys, but celebrities are strange. They're not normal people. They don't live normal. They don't live like we do. They don't, you know, they don't get married normal. They don't have sex normal. Like, you know, celebrities, they go to school on, like, television sets and shit, you know, like, and they grow up around, like, crazy amounts of, like, drugs, sex, and rock and roll, you know? That's the life of a celebrity. Like, you're exposed to a lot of crazy shit when you're super young, and it fucks with your brain. You know, if you're the neuroplasticity in a brain is, you know, really permeable for, I don't know, however long, like obviously the formative years of your life. And if you experience shit that would make normal people cringe, like, obviously, the sexual proclivities in show business must be pretty out there. Like, if Epstein himself was talking about, like, drinking baby blood and shit, he's definitely not getting off to BJ porn. I can tell you that much. He's definitely not doing that. Okay? He's definitely not typing in, you know, old-fashioned into the Google search bar and then, you know, hoiking it to the videos that he finds there. He's not doing that. He's personally curating CSM. Personally curating. And then he's like going onto Reddit and going onto the poll board, and he's like doing all these government leaks, and he's like, we need to normalize pedophilia so I can do this in the open. That's it. That was his goal, seemingly. Okay? In normalizing pedophilia across media circles. Is it possible that perhaps there was just a lot of, like, corrupt motherfuckers? Maybe. Jeffrey Island Boys. Oh my god. Now those are two people that I do not want to see in a room, engaging in things that they have purported to engage in. Well, I believe the Island Boys are actually on film engaging in the things that people have purported to see them engaging in, which is how people have seen them engaging in that. I think. Got my Nightfall axe last night, so I can be the debuff shaman god envisioned. I don't remember what the passive of the Nightfall axe is. Is this still in Classic? And is Classic... I thought they were up to Wrath of the Lich King at this point. Is that still correct, or is that not still correct? And if it is correct, that is probably the era to be a shaman. Actually, no. When Unleash Elements came out, that was like kind of a big moment in WoW. I think that was Cataclysm. 15% spell vulnerability. God frickin' dang! Why Uranus so dark? Is that what you meant to say? I play on the vanilla only server? Oh, sweet. That actually sounds kind of cool. But it depends on how many people play. Is that Turtle WoW? Anniversary Edition is TBC. I thought they were up to Wrath now. In Classic, I mean, you know. But I think Turtle WoW, I think did they just get shut down, or are they still doing stuff? I know I was part of a server with a guy who watches the stream regularly. His clan, I guess you would say, his clan is on Turtle WoW. I guess it's pretty good. The game ruined my brother's life, dude. When WoW first came out, I mean, I know that we're looking at Classic right now and we're like, oh man, that's like such a retro game. But I was around when that thing first came out, and I was in cooking school at the time, and I was just finishing up with a year and a half of cooking school, and I got super absorbed. Oh, it's up to MOP? God damn. You mean Classic, right? Have they been just updating it this whole time? Like, I thought they were going to keep it way behind baseline version, you know? Why are they doing this? Why didn't... So I had this idea. I've never been a game designer, so correct me if this is something that's totally not possible at all. But I had this idea for WoW 2, where it would be like a third person. It'd be almost exactly like how we see WoW, but like, you know how sometimes we see those vertical slices when... I mean, I guess like the trailer, really. Like when you see trailers and they're like the really like highly detailed CG and it looks cool. They're like big and bulky, like all like Warhammer 40K sort of style. And I had this idea where you would run around in that like updated graphics style, and the skill system would be a series of holds, a series of like button holds and combos, which already I know that people like don't like, the statistics show that people don't like holding buttons, they like pressing buttons. I know that's such a weird niche thing to know, but typically people don't. I also know weird niche things about comic book movies, so maybe I'll be able to nerd out over that shit sometime. But I had this idea where each skill starts with a core skill and a core element to that skill, and it's corresponding with a button press. And if you press that button once, it does that basic skill. Then if you you can then hold the button into like tier 2, where it would then do a variation of that, but it would be slightly more powerful because it takes, and like there would be some augments to it. And this would be a system that you could fully like, it would be modular. Like you could take skills away and you could put skills onto it that would correspond with whatever the tier of button hold would be. So tier 1 would be a simple button press, like a fireball. Tier 2 would be a fireball that inflicts burning, or you would pick another one. It would be like an AoE, right? So it's either an AoE or it inflicts burning. And then tier 3 would be like sort of your bread and butter attacks. Like it's something that exploits a condition that a previous tier sets, or something like that, you know? And some abilities would have like a tier 4, which would be like an ultimate. Like that would be your pyroblast, right? So if you're a mage, then you would, tap the button a few times, you'd get a couple of fireballs out, then you would like hit, and I'm thinking about this like for a controller, and then you would hit one of your augment buttons and it would pop mind over matter, right? And then you would like hold past you would then be able to instant cast it. Then your basic attack would turn into, let's say you're not using mind over matter. Let's say you're using, I don't know, some kind of temporary boost, whatever time, right? Time anomaly. Whatever bloodlust is for mages. You'd hit that and then you would hold fireball for 3 seconds and it would then shoot pyroblast. And then you would, you'd benefit from that. Retail had an add-on apocalypse. With the new API restrictions, they're actually moving into that direction, honestly. Yeah, but it's not. It's still the same engine that they were using 13 years ago. And I mean, they've made updates to it, but they haven't made like WoW 2 yet. And I think that would be sort of... WoW 2 would be the WoW killer. Even though I wish that a game like Tabula Rasa had really been given, or WildStar, more recent memory, the lead developer having moved over to Blizzard. It would have been great to be able to have a WoW killer that actually succeeded, because then we would have this vibrant community of MMOs to pull from. But I think WoW 2 would be the only, WoW killer, right? Curtis Knight says, leave Brittany alone. I agree. God damn it. Hasn't she endured enough at this point? Hasn't she, like, been, like, drawn out into the public square and disrobed too many times? God damn.
London, look, why does she have that gap in her teeth? It's because it's not Britney. The Britney Spears that we have seen is...
What the fuck? People get older. People get older, and their teeth spread as they get older because their face spreads because gravity works. Like, you don't have to, like... Why are we making... So, oh man, she looks so bad now. She's got to be a clone. Fuck. Ah, oh, man, that feels so mean. Oh my god, I really do feel like we should leave Britney alone at this point. Fuck.
Recently, it's not Britney Spears. Who would put gaps in their teeth if they had perfect...
Who would put gaps in their teeth? You think she's there with like a microfile, like creating gaps in between? Holy shit. Mouths change over time, especially if you are... a celebrity and can afford expensive dental treatments, and then you become a non-celebrity, or at least not as much of a celebrity, and your standard of living goes down, and so you don't necessarily have that extensive dental care, or maybe you had caps on your teeth before, right? For photos and shit? Fuck! Like, she was 15 when she was famous. Fuck! Come on, man!
Can we just give
Leave her alone already. Damn.
Or like pothead, conspiracy theory.
Hey, whoa.
Who are
do
just
not
batting 1,000%.
Do not disparage potheads. All right. Don't you dare.
Ends up they're right on every single thing.
I posted a joke about a conspiracy.
Oh my.
Am I down the rabbit hole conspiracy theory?
Britney is a gem. Fuck. Free Britney.
Is that seed companies, chemical companies, the government, they're all in cahoots to make sure and prevent us from being able to move into small communities. And I'm not talking homesteaders. I am not talking gardeners, hobby gardeners. I am talking like small communities that farm food on like 25 to 30 acres, so like a larger scale.
Britney Spears saved my life one time. Well, there you go. That's evidence alone that she needs to be protected.
Impossible. I'm from a farming community and I've done a lot of research on this. This is going to be a lot, but I need you to follow me. So when someone farms on a larger scale, and even a smaller scale...
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry to break it to you, but, I mean, so many other larger entities are in cahoots that oversee shit like farming. Like, man, it is, I would say, entirely likely that, you know, big distributors like Cisco and Unify and, you know, all the big distribution companies are all in bed with all the other big distribution companies that do things like building materials and the grain that supplies the mill that makes the flour. You know what I'm saying? Like, everyone's in bed with each other, and we're all owned by like 3 big companies, you know, like it's Hershey, it's whatever telecom is at number 1 right now, and then it is, what's the other one? Disney. I mean, that's it. Like, what? There is nothing else. Everything falls under those 3 big umbrellas. So, and they change hands all the time to each other. So the only thing that we can really do to promote communities, smaller communities being settled, is break up those big conglomerates. You even said Joviana Gasaki. You're hitting the nail on the head exactly. Conglomerates. If we break up the big corporations into smaller subsidiaries and try to get rid of middlemen, I have to make a video on why I hate middlemen. I will always talk about how much on this stream. I always talk about how much I fucking hate middlemen. And I never really explained why. And it really just, to sum it up, I just don't like that it is a person's job to talk from one person. Jovian Nagasaki. Okay, now I get it. I don't get why it's a person's job to relay information from one party that should be doing this thing on their own anyway to another party that really should be doing this thing on their own anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that middlemen really need to exist. And I don't think... like, other than facilitation services, so like holding, arbitrage, if you have a car that you need to get rid of and you don't have the storage space to put that car somewhere, then yes, I completely understand going and renting a space to then put that car in, into that space to hold for selling. I get that. But what I don't like are holdings companies that supply small nickel and dime items. So like, let's say that I'm a contractor for an apartment building, right? I have to call a plumber when a line leaks, but the plumber might have to call a leak specialist who will then have to go and use like cameras and infrared and stuff like that. And they may find something wrong with the foundation. So then we've got to call a foundation expert who will then come out and do, like, it's all these like really niche areas. And I'm a contractor and I'm making money hourly doing all of this, but all I'm doing is making phone calls. I haven't actually fixed anything. I haven't actually put a tool to metal or anything like that. All I'm doing is making phone calls all day and then taking credit when something gets fixed. I don't like that. Not a big fan. Typically it's logistics and distribution that I don't like because it fucks infrastructure up for everybody else. If you're a distributor and you see that prices of metal are going up, right? And let's say that you distribute beer and you know that the price of kegs are going to go up, and so you increase your prices in response to that. You didn't need to. They're still going to buy from you. It doesn't matter what it is. But the problem is that you've now done a double increase. You have now gouged the next guy down the chain, who is going to gouge the next guy down the chain, and now gas is $4 a gallon. $5 a gallon, $6 a gallon, whatever it is. I hate middlemen. I hate middlemen. I hate them. Hate them. Landlords, go fuck yourself. Oof. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Girl. Mm. Don't know where that came from. I am from the streets. So that's probably what that was reflective of. Sorry. Right now I am just assembling a bowl. And then I'm going to smash that bowl. And then we're going to continue watching Conspiracy Talks. I'm one of those potheads that the comedian was talking about just now. I ate a wonderful chopped ham and cheese sandwich yesterday. And I got it from one of my favorite sandwich producers. And it was delicious.
Scale. 25 to 35 acres is considered a smaller scale. But when someone farms on that scale, they purchase their seeds from a seed company, and these seeds come genetically modified and treated to be disease resistant. Now,
right, so it's seeds and not somehow the governmental programs that restrict your ability to homestead wherever you want. She said, "Oh, it's not homesteading." Yeah, it is. It's the seeds. It's not corporations. It's seeds.
but that genetic modification also comes into play.
For Christ's sake, if we didn't have genetic modification, we wouldn't have wine, we wouldn't have bananas, we wouldn't have lemons. Like, people have to get off of this genetically modified is all bad train. Things being genetically modified is actually beneficial to society. So, like, and if you enjoy bananas, then maybe, like, maybe don't worry about it, huh? Do you know Teacher Grant? I do not. You could always try to offer a little bit of information about them, and if I find them captivating enough, then I can check them out. But, teacher of what? Teacher of what? The mystic arts?
That any seed produced...
GMO seeds are a crazy idea. Hey, people come up with all kinds of conspiracy theories about things. Hey, who am I to judge? Right? Who am I to judge each individual theory? Wait, is that exactly what we're doing? Holy shit.
By the fruit that you produce from that original seed, if you plant it, should not produce a fruit. Like, you'll have pretty leaves, but you won't have any actual edible food. But let's just say that, for example, you buy a watermelon from a farmer. That farmer has...
He's an informational YouTuber that covers many topics. This makes me suspicious. A teacher of many things. I'm guessing religion.
Signed a waiver.
If you're beating around the bush, I'm guessing it's about religion. I'm gonna take a leap. A leap of faith, if you will.
The seed company, and also says that he will not let you purchase seeds from him from the fruit that was produced from that original seed to then plant and possibly even grow edible fruit.
What?
These are legal binding documents, like punishable under penalty of law. So the seeds are genetically modified to grow bigger, grow better, more robust, but they're also genetically modified to not produce fruit from like the mother plant. Even though these seeds are considered disease resistant, you're still going to deal with disease.
I'm so confused. What exactly?
You're gonna have a...
What is the conspiracy you're talking about? Just that the seeds are genetically modified, but you've accused seeds of making it impossible for you to homestead. How are you associating the two? I'm in the UK. GMO is only now about to be rolled out. Main thing we get here is Reese's candy. No, GMO doesn't, like, that's what I think is the biggest misconception about GMO crops, is that people think that they're like test tube crops that were made in a lab. That's not at all the case. Like, they are simply just, I'm turning the face cam off to toke this bowl. So if you've got them, feel free to smoke them. It's 420 somewhere, right? All right. Cheers. Give me one moment, and then we will get right back. I'll actually let this play while I'm doing that. All right, I will be right back. Cheers.
You're going to need to purchase agricultural chemicals in order to spray to treat this crop, these crops. And that's sweet corn, that's field corn, that's anything. But in order to purchase that chemical, you're gonna need a USDA license from the government. So you have to get this license from the government. They're gonna know that you're growing food because you need this USDA license in order to purchase these chemicals to treat your genetically modified and disease-resistant seeds that aren't actually disease-resistant.
But them being genetically modified doesn't mean anything in terms of the USDA licensing.
Really, really bad, and they don't even tell you how bad. Now, 2 farmers here locally, one has already passed away, the other declining rapidly from something called PSP. They have linked this to farm chemicals. Okay? It's awful. It's basically a deterioration of the physical body while the mind stays intact. You can't walk. You can't swallow. By the time the food from that seed,
so ASL
those chemicals
or ALS
makes its way to you, it's going to be watered down. But who knows what it's causing? Is it making you sick? I don't know. But do you know who one of the largest seed producers, one of the biggest seed companies is? Bayer. Yeah, that Bayer. Yeah.
What?
They do seeds, farming chemicals, pharmaceuticals. Are you following me? Keep following me. Now,
I'm trying. I'm trying my best.
Shareholders. Do you know the biggest shareholder in Bayer? BlackRock.
Oh, Christ. You know, we're only a beat away from the Rothschilds and how the Jews control everything. So I'd watch the bleach blonde and the blue eyes contacts. I'd maybe try to pick some different colors if you're going to go down that road. Okay? Maybe at least hide your intentions a little better. Fuck, man. Seeds are not somehow creating a barrier between you and homesteading. Go homestead, you fucking libertarian Nazi. Go do whatever you want to do. Nobody's stopping you. Especially not seeds. So because 2 people are dying from farm chemicals, right? She said I think in the geographical area where I live, which could mean the entire country if she wants it to. 2 people are dying. Well, one is dying, and the other, I guess, is dead. Because of these seeds that they ordered from Bayer, which means they're actually coming from BlackRock. And the USDA's in on it, because you got to get a license through them. I'm I'm really trying to wrap my head around it. We're mainly organic here. Tons of farms remineralize fields using dust from quarries. Yeah, but you know that, like, France, right? Wine wouldn't exist without genetically modified crops. You know what I mean? She's saying that the seeds are limiting me because you can't become seed independent, I think, but she's layering too much info. No, but she's also accusing them of the government of killing people. That's also what she's saying. I mean, let's not ignore the most glaring weirdness. Now, there's only a couple of farmers that I know who have bought these seeds, and they're both frickin' dead! So it's gotta be the seeds. It's gotta be the seeds. Tomato seeds. Heirloom variety. Green fucking zebra. I was gonna slice some fat. Put them in a BLT. But the B would be short for belly, not bacon, as in pork belly. Real thick sliced. Real marbled with fat. And the lettuce? Not even lettuce at all. But a lettuce and red onion slaw. Slightly seasoned. And drizzled with just the tiniest amount of oil and vinegar. Motherfucker. That's because she read too much, I'm guessing. She's not the source. Yeah, no, that's what I mean, you know? What is going on? I don't know. I black out a lot. So that could have been what happened. But you tell me. I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. We're walking through a neighborhood. Can you not see that? All right. We're walking through a neighborhood. I am currently walking through well, okay, maybe I can just do this sitting down. Yeah. Look, I'm walking through a neighborhood. That's what's happening. And we're just chatting. You know? We're just having a little chat. You're right next to me. You know, you guys are wearing your Lycra. Oh, we're about to take this corner, guys. And we're chilling. All right? And we're chilling. What are you doing? What's going on with you, Frizzy? What's going on with you? What you got going on? What you got going on in your world? Where'd I put that window? Stop texting me! I can't. Face! Face unlock! Face unlock! See more leaks. Running their washer and using the tub at the same time. Okay. Well, we finally figured out. So I don't know if you guys were, if any of you guys were here on Thursday. I think it was about a week ago. Water started coming out of my light fixture. So nearly every day, my upstairs neighbors they run their washing machine or something like that, and then they use their tub at the same time, and I think it kind of like overloads the system because it's plumbed like shit, and water comes up through my tub. Dirty water, but not otherwise a problem, and it's been fine before, like it hasn't been an issue. But unfortunately, on Thursday last, water started coming out of my light fixture when it was happening. Like I don't know how, if I'm going to be able to. What is it looking at? Oh, what is it looking at? What is it trying to see right now? That light fixture, beyond the ring light in the hallway, water was streaming out of there. And I had to end the stream abruptly. And I had to very quickly grab a pile of paper towels and set them right down on there, and a pot that I then used to catch the water. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. and it was quite fun to deal with. And so then we spent the next week trying to coordinate, because they don't speak English, like, at all. I mean, I think we passed in the hall, and I think, you know, we've said like greetings to each other. So I think they have like a cursory knowledge of English. And I think, you know, with all the stuff that's going on now, like, I think people are way more hesitant to answer the door for who they believe are strangers. And so, like, it's been tough to coordinate with them to try and, like, get into the unit to do something. But we were able to do it. And I don't think that they really know how it's happening. I think that they're all baffled by this, the way that the upstairs and the downstairs are plumbed. Like, I think they're plumbed upside down. The backflow thing upstairs was upside down. Like, it's just, it's all kinds of weird, you know? Yeah, and I'm glad that I was here to deal with it too, but I wish that it had been fixed. I wish we were able to fix it, that we were able to figure out what was going on, but, you know.
BlackRock controls your seed. It controls the agricultural chemicals and your pharmaceuticals. Okay? You may say, Bear isn't...
I mean, yeah, again, you know, to sum all this up, I don't know. That people didn't want to talk at the door. Yeah, so, you know, Portland, I think, is just Portland residents, I think, are just hyper aware of, like, what's going on with ICE and current immigration and stuff like that. And, like, there were a few videos going around locally that showed, like, ICE agents walking up to people's doors and, like, trying to knock and stuff. So I think it's been floating around on the news. And so if I was, you know, someone who I thought was, or if I was someone that was afraid potentially of ICE, then I would be very hesitant to open the door to any, like, male of my age, male of my beard type. You know, I'd be hesitant. And so it's just been difficult to coordinate with them. Like, I had to go through the rental company, and it's so it's been me talking to another person, just to get a message to somebody, you know. And I can't leave them a note because I only know production kitchen Spanish, which kind of conversational, but I can really only talk about food, you know. I wish I knew more. It used to be something that was easy for me. This is the time where I get to brag that I'm a quarter Latino. That's right. You want my autograph? I speak for all Mexicans. Everywhere. It is specifically Mexican that I am a quarter, so it's not just me saying Mexicans. I don't know why anyone would just randomly say Mexicans.
So the Epstein files have been released, and many things that us conspiracy...
Have they been fully released at this point? I think there's still some redactions, and I think people are still kind of pissed about that. But I don't know. I am okay with paying attention to it, but it's so dense, and there's so much monstrous shit on that, like, in that information, that, like, I'm not going to necessarily just go delving through it. And all of the stuff that I've been watching is just, like, worse and worse and worse. So, like, I don't know, I just don't want to, like, expose myself to that. I already know what's going on, you know, and it's real shitty, like, just all together. So I don't know. Fuck. It's just hard to concentrate, like, because my brain's cringing, you know. I haven't met any Mexicans here. You never know, though. It's very cosmopolitan, my city. I'm glad that you think Mexicans are exotic. I'll take that as a compliment. Are you in Latin America, or are you in, like, a European country? Because there's a higher chance of it happening depending on your region. I think you know that. I think I'm assuming you could probably have guessed. As maybe Nagasaki means you're in Japan, potentially. I just wanted, like, a fun playlist. The Wizard's Library. Library. Sorry. Q. In what state does the Willamette River flow? A. Liquid. Oh, you're in Scotland. Would I be correct in saying I don't know any Scottish slang. Everything I'm thinking of is Irish. That's about as north as I get. I try to learn a little bit of slang from the places I enjoy hearing about. This is kind of Harry Potter, I guess. Harry Potter-esque. But I don't know if this is... I think this might have, like... It might not be copyright free, you know? I'd always assumed with music that if it was on YouTube that it was copyright free, but then I was like, there's actually famous artists on there, so there's no way that can be true at all. You know, sometimes we're all dumb, and then some of us get smarter. And sometimes when we get smarter, we push other information out of our head. And, you know, you get really smart in one area, and then you get dumb in others. So saith the 40-year-old. So saith the guy in his 40s. Goose, I hope you're feeling better and that the leak got fixed. I mean, the leak is probably still going to happen until until those guys like get in there and figure it out, because they didn't do anything. They snaked the drain. They snaked my drain. I mean, I guess it makes sense. The upper and the lower floors are shared plumbing, so it makes sense. But it feels like that's not really what's going on, you know? I don't know. I'm hoping that will have taken care of it good enough for now. And then we can move on from there, right? No biggie. If you're just joining on YouTube, thank you. I appreciate it. We always get weird surges of viewers and then lulls. But that's over the 3 to 4 hour period, which is really strange. I've never seen it happen rapidly like that. I'm itching my leg. No, I'm not doing anything lascivious. But I always thought that was so weird. It starts at like 30, and then it drops down to 0, and then it goes up to like 5, and then it goes down to 3, and then it's like... I have ADHD, as you can tell, so I like watching the number go up, down. Love watch number go up, down. Say me neurodivergent. Why did I say that word and then not any of the others? Why say lot word when little word work? I don't think I said that correctly.
Theories have been saying for so long are starting to be confirmed. Things
for
like
so long.
Elites performing child sacrifice, human sacrifice, weird blood and...
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Alex Jones had been talking about that for a while.
Human and child sacrifice within the elites,
back in the day when he did his expose on
you should definitely check
my boy, my man, my baby boy.
So in this video,
he's my baby boy.
Why the elites have such an obsession with the ancient Canaanite deity.
Yeah, I mean, I think I remember hearing that about it's not on the shorts. I'm not on the horizontal feed. You can see me caressing this man's cheek. So just imagine that, okay? Imagine that I have his chin in my hands as he makes this delectable kissy face. So I mean, even since the satanic even like medieval times, not the restaurant, even back in those days, like back in the precision from neurodivergent. Keeping brain plastic, learning across domains, polymath. They get Irish people to play Scots and Scots to play the Irish consistently. You know, what's other than you know, the classics. Like, who's a currently famous Scots person that because I don't know that I know any. Spilled water all over myself. What's a good green screen background for conspiracy theories? I know that's such a weird niche question to ask, but like, I'm blanking. Walking through a forest? Or an underground facility? An underground facility. It could be a facility. Underground facility, green screen? No, okay, no, probably not. Probably not, no. Oh, wait, oh. It's just, oh, no, it's not static. Yeah, that works. Oh, like a NASA, like a just in general NASA thing. NASA space something? NASA. Bah. This one? Perhaps. Sorry, I burped right in the mic. Dominic Hanna. Trump is half Scottish, of course. Oh boy, well, that doesn't really endear me to the Scots then. Does this work? Because people think that Earth is fake. So what's this one about? We are really just reacting to some conspiracy talks, if you will. And I will, goddammit. Where'd the window go? Hello. Zoop. You can keep him, though. I don't want him. I don't want him. You another Trump hater. I mean, I guess. Why? Do you often go into people's spaces and try to impress your beliefs upon them? I feel like that's what you're trying to do. By trolling. Through direct trolling.
Usually think of a demon.
The most effective type of trolling. What are you, some kind of vegan? What are you, some kind of vegan loving chicken nugget, anti-chicken nugget activist? What are you, some kind of farmer? Gonna go and dig up some crops? Gonna go and plow some fields? Yours literally talking about him. Well, Jovian Nagasaki actually mentioned him, and I was responding to that.
So the Sumerian storm god Enlil later became
I mean,
Adad.
Every Nobel Prize winning economist disagrees with you, so I trust them over you, over some random person on the internet.
And then later became Baal Hadad to the Canaanites.
Come on, you're being too dense.
Be this spinning ball right here because
there we go.
70% of the Earth is water, and water doesn't bend convexly around the exterior of a spinning sphere in a vacuum.
Yes, it does. Vacuum is just the void. It doesn't suck like most flat earthers believe. So no, the Earth is not spinning with enough force to like launch the water out, because like regardless of the speed that people always say, it's like, isn't it like 11,000 miles an hour? I mean, sure, okay. No economist won a Nobel Peace Prize. Let's find out. Joseph Stiglitz, Nobel Memorial Prize in Economic Sciences. And he's the one that said that the tariffs are bad for us. Do you want to, like, confirm the stuff that you're going to try and argue against just so that you don't sound stupid before you say stuff? It'll save you some embarrassment. I don't need to, you know, try to protect you, but I will, because I'm a lovely person. I'm also extremely handsome, you know, and it's part of my duty as an extremely gorgeous individual to, you know, to help others, you know, with my beauty. I'll look at you. I won't touch you, but I'll look at you. I'll look at you real good. With this eye. With my good eye. Wait. I can't remember which one's my good eye. I think it's... No. I don't know. I'm kind of stoned right now, so I may have cured some glaucoma that I didn't know I had. Sorry. ASMR. Better asking others how attractive you are. Self-praise is no praise at all. You know. If you think that I'm dead serious, then you need a class in dry humor. He was never seen again. What? This is Witsit. This is a well-known flat earther. Never seen again.
Physics, including fluid and static. Of course, also they say that gas.
That's some Ghanaese level scammery, if I ever saw it. Ghanaian? I don't know how to pronounce that. Ghanaian. Ghanaian.
Pressure is bending around the outside of this ball convexly, right? That's what the atmosphere is. Even though gases have no inherent shape, and that's a dumb term. The gas...
I mean, every single time that we've seen, like, in science documentaries, but also in, like, Hollywood movies and shit, what they do when they have, like, the formation of stars is they have, like, a little speck, and then they have, like, shit going around it, and then getting all rip, and then going around it, going rip. That's gravity. That's gravity at work right there. And that happens, like, a lot over a very long time, and then you end up with a ball. That's how planets fucking form. That's how stars form. That's how gravity works. It like condenses around, like, the most dense thing in the area, right? Like, it goes whoop, and so, like, the bigger it is, there's gonna be shit in there. Then you're gonna get mountains, and you're gonna get oceans, and you're gonna get, like, fucking... It's a ball!
around the sphere would fill the available space because of the second law of thermodynamics. And the water always finds its level. That's called fluid statics.
Yeah, but we are not standing outside the Earth looking at it with an up and a down and a left and a right. Where the fuck would it level to, you asshole? Where's the water gonna level to? An oblate spheroid for the enlightened, I believe.
The Epstein files has opened the gateway to a lot of conspiracy theories being true. And I mean...
A demonic gateway? Wider at the equator. Hey, just like me, am I right? Hi! Ho! Hawaii! I'd like to go to Hawaii. It's been a while. It's been a long time. I would say 30 years since I've been to Hawaii. But, you know, I ate a pig from the ground, and it had some leaves. You know, there's a lot of geckos. And, you know, boy, was I had very long hair, and wore all black, very wide leg jeans with, like, they weren't jeans, they weren't made of denim, like they were jeans, they weren't like denim jeans. It was like a polyester nylon material. You know, I was a goth kid. Don't know if I said that. I was a goth kid. I was real gothed out. Not like how people are these days. Like, I didn't wear white face paint or anything like that, but like them ICPs, right? You know? But I had them real wide leg jeans. I had them real wide leg. And they had straps and buckles and everything. In Hawaii. Looking back, I probably would have done something different. A little different, you know? Maybe gone like with beach goth. You know? Pastels are often worn by goths as like a anti-thing. You know? An anti-thing. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. But it's going to burn. But what's going to burn? Hawaii? Isn't Hawaii just an island? Pretty sure. Pretty sure. I mean, I'm you know, almost a net positive. A net?
Deep-seated conspiracy theory, and one that
that's another Epstein Files one.
Conspiracy for you TikTok, but keep in mind this is just for entertainment purposes. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. So
it's. I think people only feel like they have to do that. I don't think that you actually have to preface anything with like, this is just for entertainment purposes. I get why they do it, but I don't think you have to do that. You know? But what about the dog? Which dog? What the dog doing? Jovian, thank you. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Do what you do.
So I'm going down the Epstein Files rabbit hole.
Ah, goddammit, it's the Epstein Files again. It's like, I don't mind hearing about the Epstein Files, but like, it's so pervasive right now, you know? Hawaii is just a conspiracy. The name comes from an old Italian word that means no state here. Hawaii doesn't actually exist. Yeah, you know? And why is it that Italy always seems to be the center of all logistics everywhere? Right? Everything's always saying the name of this Fragile guy. You know? They're always printing it on the sides of boxes. They're always, you know, advertising Fragile, Fragile, you know? Like, who is this man? That's the real conspiracy. Who is Fragile? Is it Don Fragile? Israel. Ah. Oh, I get what your username means. I get it. Well, yeah, okay. Sweet.
This is gonna blow your mind. What do you think is the...
I'm gonna say probably not.
Fastest man-made object ever made in history?
A bullet.
The satellite. Fastest man-made object in the world, and it's also the first man-made object to ever enter space. So you're thinking, fastest man-made object, yes, we have rockets. Air Force has something that goes like 4,000 miles an hour, and then NASA has something that goes 7,000. Then the space shuttle goes 17,000 miles per hour. The next thing is something that we've made that goes 150,000 miles per hour. It's a manhole cover. A sewer manhole cover is...
Okay, so SCP universe, I'm guessing, right? Because that's... I'm gonna say I don't think that's real.
The fastest man-made object to ever exist, and it's circling around in space, and here's how it happened. So in 1957, they're doing a ton of nuclear testing, right? And they did one where they dug this tunnel that was 3 feet wide and about 400 feet deep. But on top of this tube, they have just a manhole cover. This thing shoots up into space at 150,000 miles per hour and is still to this day circling.
I thought he was talking about like a vehicle. Like what are you, what?
In space somewhere.
No, I get it. It was some,
this is gonna blow
freak
your
occurrence,
mind.
right?
What do you think is the fastest man-made object?
Physics in motion.
All of aviation.
Jeffrey Epstein said in the leak.
When I was 12 years old, my mother bought a book called The Biggest Secret by David Icke.
Oh no. So, I mean, it's about, reptilians, obviously. Oh man, that is just hilarious. Well, let's see what old soccer man David Icke and wannabe politician. Let's see what he says about the biggest secret.
One day, so I picked it up and I read it. At 12 years old, I read The Biggest Secret by David Icke. That was 29 years ago. So
they know what you know what Epstein knows about Gary. Who's Gary?
And fully believe.
Which Gary Shandling?
Everything that is now coming to light right now. My mother was completely chastised and criticized and deemed crazy because she knew. How did she know? That's a story for another time.
That people are reptilians?
But she knew, and she tried to tell people, and everybody thought she was crazy. David Icke, actually, has been banned from several countries because...
Why?
Because of what he talks about.
No. That's not why he was banned.
He's written numerous books, and if you guys think that what you're finding out now is disgusting and bad and awful, which it is, of course, it's not.
I had to go and post a clip to make sure that people know that I knew this first, so that I can feel special.
It's only going to get more and more absurd to anybody who has a hard time believing in conspiracy theories. And here's something interesting that nobody talks about is that Alex Jones, who is a POS, okay, but when he originally started his shit, it was because of George W. Bush and 9/11 being an inside job. So he was not like...
I loved the dramatic pause there. In the flow of things. Hey, let's just dramatically pause it real quick.
Right. Like, he was fully against the Republican Party. And so what's really interesting to me has been observing the party switches. And it's not the first time it's happened, because the Democratic Party, the Southern...
I feel like her friend or her significant other or whatever is just like laying in the bed next to her and just going like, I'm really, honey, or like, sister, sis, or like, mom or whatever. Like, I'm really trying to sleep. Can you just fucking roll over and like stop talking, please? Like, I'm just so tired. I'm just so tired, mother, sister, honey. I'm just so tired.
Democratic Party
Let me sleep.
Were the ones who were advocating for the institution of slavery during the Civil War. It was the Democratic Party. So the Democratic Party has...
I keep hearing this, like, it's like you guys all fucking go to the same, like, prepare for the day page Every single day, you open up an Internet Explorer, you open up an Alta Vista window, and you open up this, here's how you should argue with people throughout the day. Today's arguments are, oh, the ones that did slavery are the Democrats. Holy fuck, man. When I'm done getting water, we're going to talk about the Dixiecrats. Jesus. Yo. But what about the dog? Do you want to start making sense, or cuz I was going to ban you just for having that username. But if you want to hasten that, feel free to keep talking gibberish. I need the engagement, but not that bad. God dang. Agua. Chi-chi. And have a lovely sesame stick. I got the ones from Trader Joe's. They're pretty good. Alright? Calm down. Everyone loves sesame sticks. Even my wife, who hates sesames.
It's come a long way, and yet...
Oh yeah, we're talking about... Wait, did she say the people who ended slavery were the Democrats? That would have been correct.
Observing the party switches. And it's not the first time it's happened, because... the Democratic Party, the Southern Democratic Party.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
I
didn't hear any of that part.
Advocating for the institution of slavery.
Yeah.
During the Civil War, it was the Democratic Party.
Dixiecrats.
So.
Yeah, I thought that maybe I'd misheard her.
A long way, and yet it really fucking hasn't. It's the whole entire system. The whole entire system is built upon essaying and kidnapping and eating kids.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't did any of the stuff in there ever say that they were successful in like eating people, or were they just saying like monstrous shit to try and sound cool or whatever, you know? Trying to sound metal. Oh no, still about the Epstein files.
Are you guys supposed to fly out?
I'm sorry, what was that?
So, 49, are you guys departing again tonight, or?
I mean, this kind of thing that anyone can just make up, you know?
Don't take anything that I say seriously, because I am a conspiracy.
The Republican Party was founded in 1854 an anti-slavery platform. Yeah, I mean, I know they did switch, but it was the Southern Democrats, Dixiecrats. And then Jim Crow laws. And then they became disillusioned. And then the after what, Civil Rights Act, the Republican Party switched again. Or not switched again, but became more of a haven to people who were, you know, racist.
This is the single most insane conspiracy theory out there right now. On the morning of Epstein's death, a person anonymously reported on 4chan that he witnessed weird happenings at the prison. He claims that Epstein was smuggled out the night before his death.
Snuggled?
Oh,
smuggled.
Unauthorized van arriving at the same time that Epstein was escorted out, shackled to a wheelchair. The day after Epstein's death was reported, the U.S. Attorney General subpoenaed Apple, 4chan, and other entities to find out who exactly was this anonymous poster.
Subpoena.
So they did find out who this guy was. His name's Roberto, and he's an officer at the Metropolitan Correction Center in New York. If this all shakes out to be true, it's going to be a massive, massive scandal. Because now we have an eyewitness who claims that Epstein was smuggled out before the day of his alleged suicide. This is the single most insane conspiracy theory.
What? Stay with me. Y'all know I'm crazy about conspiracy theories, but listen to this, okay? So we all know that Pam Bondi just said, hey, if everyone gets arrested that's involved in this, the system will collapse, okay? And then the next morning we woke up and Prince Andrew was arrested.
Right, so, you know, instead, let's protect them, I guess. Isn't this something that you tell kids? Right? Democratic Party instituted Jim Crow laws. Mm-hmm. We've been through some shit. I will say that much. Try not to talk with my mouth full of delicious sesame stick, but goddammit. I know why I'm feeling snackish. I almost never feel snackish during the day. It's because my body's like trying to burn off the rest of the sickness, you know?
And then I started thinking, oh my gosh, if everyone gets arrested
Oh my gosh.
and involved, the system will collapse. Is this how we get a one world?
Well, yeah. I know we've done flippity flobbities.
Government?
Because wasn't Lincoln a Democrat? They already did a flip once, right?
Y'all, if you're still questioning the Bible, I'm not really sure what you're questioning because it's playing out right before your eyes. And all I can tell you is the mark of the beast is closer than it's ever been.
Like, when people... I need to know, in, like, Middle America or something, when people get together, just like at McDonald's or something, you know, at Applebee's, whatever, when they get together, when they're just hanging out, do they talk this much about God? Like, oh my God, y'all, I am flummoxed. My brain is baroque. I have just witnessed so many things from the Bible happening right now. You know, there is God in just about every single thing we see today. I am just flabbergasted. I am just set aside myself. I am set fully beside myself. I am just like outside of myself. I'm going to climb right back inside of myself. I'm going to step right back outside. Just so you know how outside of myself and beside myself and upside of myself and downside of myself I am when I tell you that God is just in everything. Like, is that a normal topic of discussion? And I don't mean like among the really like deeply religious. I mean among like just people, like just, you know, Tom and Jim and Doug and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you know, in the South, I would feel I'd probably be more concentrated. That's not surprising to me to hear.
And it's actually starting to, like, I can see it, how it's going to take shape.
And I don't know if this is this person's personality. You never know. It really could be some deep, you know, commission to some bit, and it's ultimately satire or whatever. Like, you never know. So I won't presume to know, but I feel like if a person's posting this stuff seriously, then I would imagine they probably like have to run it by someone or run a script by someone or run a thought by someone. Like, and they're not just like blogging raw, I guess you could say, if I can coin a phrase. Well, that is the wrong side.
One world government.
What is your favorite conspiracy theory?
Why are we ranking conspiracy theories? Why are we... It feels like delusion, you know? It feels like the sort of the embracing of delusion. You know how like people just really want to believe in paranormal shit and they really want to believe in God, you know? Like, I guess you do believe, and you really do believe in those things. But like, why rank conspiracy theories? What's special about them? Other than this, you know, the human need to have access to sacred knowledge, or the human need to feel like I'm the only body that knows this thing. Yes, I meant to say only body. You know what I mean? Like, other than a narcissist sort of like never got hugged by their mommy point of view, like, who needs to ever consider which conspiracy theory is better than the other? You know what I mean? Like, it's fun to talk about, but beyond fun, like, you'd have to assume that some amount of validity can be attributed to one conspiracy theory over another, because it's the interest is in how real could this be, right, for most people, or which one do I know is true, if you're the delusional type, if you're a flat earther. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, it feels like an exercise in futility, but who am I to judge these people? Continue.
I don't even have a favorite conspiracy theory because I don't be into them shits. But give me one.
Okay. So, for example, aliens. People talk about it all the time. You don't know.
Oh, you seen Men in Black, nigga?
I have. Okay, wait. So after you saw Men in Black, you said to yourself, "In a way, I don't think it's aliens."
Hey, man, get what? I promise you, I might not see your ass no more. You an alien, nigga.
That's real. That's
you
real. Well, I got one more question. When it comes to the music industry, for example, there's a lot of theories in the music industry about like, all types of stuff, like rituals and all that. You are very close to the music industry, and you've seen people. You talk to people. Domani, for example. Do you believe, or have you seen some of that stuff go down in the music industry?
I mean, shit, you just gotta mind your business, bro. You feel me? You can't associate yourself with shit that's weird. You feel what I'm saying? And you just got to stay prayed up, bro, and just work, bro, and be positive, bro. And if you think some shit weird, go the opposite way, man. The fuck you hanging around for to see if it's weird or not. Weird,
so,
man,
I mean, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
alien, nigga.
personally, I don't know that I care if there are aliens. I think I just always assumed that there were. And I mean, as far as rituals go, like, I think that everyone has a ritual. Like, actors, they do certain breathing exercises, they call upon certain memories, they have a ritual. There's a lot of, like, decompression that you can do once you've completed acting, completed a job or finished working a scene or something like that. You can, like, take the character off of you. Like, there's ritual stuff that happens with creatives, with, you know, even in, like, organizations, like, you know, fraternal orders, right? Like Elks Lodge and whatnot, Freemasons, yada, yada, yada. Like, there's all kinds of, like, I don't know, there's all kinds of, like, fucking ritual and symbolism and all kinds of shit ingrained into human society. We don't even realize waving hello is like that's would be considered a ritual. That's something that we all engage in. That's ceremonial at best. It doesn't actually serve much of a purpose, and it really only served enough purpose to show that you didn't have a dagger hiding in your you know, whatever cuff. But, like, I mean, like, we engage in ritual all the time, and I think creatives have to, like, make specific rituals for specific things, because they, you know, if you're a sports person and you find that clicking your cleats 2 times with your bat somehow puts you in the right headspace to hit a homer, and you do so, then you're going to do that the next time, and you're going to do it the time after that, and then it's going to be muscle memory, and that's a ritual. There you go. So yeah, I think maybe he's talking about, like, weird, like, demonic shit or whatever, but I don't think very many rappers do that, because I think it was like other rappers, I think, was specifically what he was saying.
Bro, you feel me? You
that stuff going down in the music industry.
I mean,
Oh, he's just said in the music
you
industry.
gotta mind your business, bro.
I mean, you know, like that could be a dovetail to the cloning thing that people have been talking about, Britney and like Selena Gomez and whatnot. Could be that, quite possibly. Oh, for Christ's sake. I don't, this fixation, it's like, man, how do I put this? You love a thing so much that you go through these cycles of emotions, and they bring visual, you know, they bring fantasy, not necessarily visual, but they bring fantasy into the equation, right? And sometimes people envision a rescuing the person in a tense situation. Sometimes people envision, you know, saving them from a jealous lover, or, you know, I don't know, being hired to help them with a production. I don't know, what have you. Right? And the emotions may send you into those types of fantastical situations in your head, but where it crosses the line into like a delusion is when you start imagining that they've died. Like, because this is there was a famous I think a guy who either killed a celebrity or came very close to killing a celebrity, and he said that he thought that she had been replaced. You know, I don't remember. I vaguely remember that was the setup of an actual thing that happened, but I don't remember exactly what or who. But you know, things like this have happened where people start having these really, like, it's a progression. It goes like, you know, I'm fantasizing. I had a dream that this celebrity that I'm obsessed with was in my town filming something, and I ran into them when I went to go get coffee in the morning. And then it evolved, and then we went out to dinner, and then one thing led to another, and we woke up together, and then we're getting married, and now we're having our first argument, and then now they're dead. You know, like, that is how delusion, like that kind of like stalkery. See, I didn't want to use the word stalker because it really is only exclusive to, I think, one very famous case. And I don't think that all stalkers necessarily have a pathology that's like that. But that would be the most common thing that you would associate with that sort of mentality. But it's a specific subset of a psychological disorder that causes people to, you know, imagine the target of their obsession as dead so they can mourn them. Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. We got there in the end. It took a while to get there, but we got there in the end. More Epstein files.
You can call me crazy if you want, but the world is not round, it is fucking flat.
Okay.
They tell you it in the Bible, and it says, and God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so.
As
and
above,
God
so below.
called the firmament heaven. And the evening and the morning were the second day, and God said, let the waters under the heaven be gathered together under one place. So let the dry land appear, and it was so. As above, so below. When you're looking at the sky, it's the water above the firmament.
Oh my god. We've been to space. There are people in space, as far as I know right now. I don't know why people wouldn't believe that. You know, like I think it's harder to believe that there's some massive global conspiracy than it is to believe that we just kept making big fire bigger, big fire bigger, big fire bigger, and then kaboom, and go man, go moon. you know, and then NASA's funding got cut by 1,500% or 150% or something like that in the years following the us winning the space race. That's why we haven't been by since. It's not like we forgot it exists. It's just that we aren't trying to win a Cold War anymore. It was as much a war of hearts and minds as it was of ideology? Spies.
We have never been to the moon. There's no way you can get there.
Well, yeah, because I said NASA originally went on an ocean expedition. What did they find in the fucking ocean that made them go to outer space? As above, so below.
What? Look at the NASA
It's right
logo.
the fucking
No. So you're both crazy. So you're both on this shit. Okay. Go on.
front of us.
The red line that goes through the NASA logo is a fucking snake tongue.
No, it's not. It's supposed to depict wings.
I forget what NASA means, but it means in some other language it means.
If you forget, and you're then trying to teach this to somebody else, maybe skip this one. Maybe skip that nugget. You know, if you can't remember what it is, and you can't remember what it means, maybe skip that one. Skip the lesson, you know? Just go forward a little bit. You know?
To deceive or to lie.
That makes sense.
You know? No, it doesn't, because NASA doesn't really lie about shit. I don't know why there is this pervasive myth that NASA just straight up lies. What the fuck reason would they have? You have to presume, it's a presumption that you're making, that all of this shit is true, that the Earth is not round, or that it's flat, in fact. You have to presume, you have to already know for a fact that what's up there is just water. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to make a lot of presumptions in order to be able to even go down this line of discussion. This music is just such a friggin' Debbie Downer. Am I right or am I right? Am I right? Am I right? Am I right or am I right? Am I right? I'm right. I'm most of the time right. Most of the time I am 100% right. You know? It's hard to get that for most people. Not me.
The serpent's tongue, yes. When we were in school, they had the pull-down maps.
I remember those.
But they weren't the same pull-down
No,
maps
they
you
weren't.
had. My pull-down maps showed land on the other side of Antarctica.
Oh, see, I don't think ours did.
No, it didn't. That's just a straight up lie. And the reason why maps would look different at all from one generation to another is because we learned more, we revised those maps, and then we went and made new ones. Isn't that crazy? It's almost like as time goes on, we learn more things, and then the things that we did before change. It's almost like, you know, washing our hands just kind of all of a sudden became a thing. Isn't that weird? Isn't that strange? So weird. Like toilet paper, you know, indoor plumbing. So strange.
That's on the other side of the ice wall. We are not allowed on the other side of the ice wall. One man flew across to the other side of the ice wall and they fucking...
Never happened. Nobody did. No, it didn't. And, man. I mean, I would love nothing more than for there to be some massive global conspiracy that we're all gonna find out, like, imminently. Because, I mean, you know, things can get pretty boring. And like, boring can also mean terrifying and existential. And it'd be cool to like break that up with a little bit of awe, a little bit of mystery, you know, just for some variety, you know, take the pressure off a little bit. Let us decompress just for a moment, you know. If you're just joining, welcome. We are reacting to conspiracy talk videos And I mean, that's it. Honestly, it's very simple. Today's a chill day.
But talk about the 9 to 5 school and the prison system, please. My mom's been to prison.
The 9 to 5 schools. The schools are set up like a prison system. You run it by bells. They ran us by bells. Each of us had our own job. Or those of us that wanted to, at least get our GED, we could go to school or something. So we did it by bells. And
Like that makes her credible. Like that makes her credible. That makes her more credible. Tell us about the thing that happens in prisons. My mom's been to prison, by the way, guys. This person who's speaking with authority about the Bible. As if being a criminal wouldn't potentially disqualify the education that you're giving from the Bible. I'm just... Kent Hovind, domestic abuse. He's still preaching, so... I don't know. I guess Christians kind of suck, huh?
We got to go out the yard, like you get to go out to the playgrounds, and when we...
And I mean, you're talking about just institutions. You're talking like... I mean, if people are ambulatory at the hospital, they have, calls on the intercom. They have specific times that they go out in the day and, like, specific areas of the place that they can't go to. Schools, I think, I don't know. I don't know, like, what, like, started the school system, like, being in a routine the way that it is, but it's not, I think that the same people who made institutions like schools probably also made institutions like prisons. So they're going to be designed the same if they're just institutional, Christian, be the first one to wish hell on someone they disagree with. Yeah, well, yeah, typically just for disagreeing.
Hey, we went to a lunch hall, we stood in line, and we got lunches on a tray, and we sat at a table. And you sat at the table in the line that you went in with. So if you went in line with your friend, you may or may not sit with your friend. They may have been at the table.
I mean, yeah, you're just talking about being institutionalized. That is the same with, like, factory workers. It's the same with schools. It's just all standardized working, or standardized, I guess, organization. There's nothing more than that. There's no fucking conspiracy.
Across from you because you had to sit at where you sat, rode in line. So it's all designed by Rockefeller, who come up with the idea of schools to...
Oh, man. I'm never surprised when I hear Rockefeller. Although I am very surprised that I don't hear Rothschild as much as I would expect to be hearing it these days. So, I mean, I guess one out of the column from anti-Semitism, but I mean, they still probably think Jews run the world, I don't know.
Lower class children from learning, basically, because they don't want us. They want the lower class to fight their wars, is what it is.
And then you can expand on that.
That's not a conspiracy. That is actually just our country. That is how it's operated since, World War I, Civil War, as far back as that, Revolutionary War. I don't know, but we've been sending our poor people to die for generations upon generations upon generations. It's a proud American tradition.
The children who were high-strung in school like me were told that we needed ADHD medicine to calm down. What the fuck did they do to us with that medicine?
Exactly that. Except that we just didn't have all the knowledge back then. Vaccinator one. Hey man, loving the channel so far. You got some really interesting takes. It's so inspiring to see an openly gay man on live speaking his truth. What would be the problem with being gay? Even if I was gay, why would that be an issue? Nor would that be an insult, Seems like somebody's insecure. But hey, go off, Queen.
Is my question. Because I wasn't a hyper...
ADHD medication, when paired with psychological treatment, typically does the trick. It's like when you have ADHD, and you drink a sugary drink, a lot of the times you really just start hyper-focusing, right? There is none. I'm here to support. Well, thank you. I don't happen to be gay, but if I was, I would take the compliment. Damn it, you done distracted me. Gosh darn it.
For kids in school.
Oh yeah, ADHD meds. I mean, like, you're essentially prescribing kids meth. So, I mean, you don't dose it right, it's just going to be more hyperactivity. And even if you do dose it right, your kid's probably going to act pretty fucking weird. And a lot of the times, neurodivergence comes in pairs, you know, it's like usually with, like, there's some comorbidity or something. And like, I don't know, different medications work differently for different people, and Ritalin was really just kind of gave me headaches, and so I didn't take it for the majority of my childhood, and I think it was just like, they just gave it to you if your parents thought you had ADD back then. Yeah, it just gave me headaches, and until I started taking, I think it's dextrostat, and that was one of the first ones that I was able to take. Adderall was working the best, but there was a shortage, I guess, at some point. I don't remember. It's a couple of years ago, I think. But yeah, there was a shortage, and I had to start taking that stuff. And now I pretty much I lost my health care, so I won't be able to take the meds that actually made me feel real and normal, and I won't be able to take them anymore. And so that's very disappointing. But the price for healthcare went up for me, $200 a month, and I cannot afford that. No siree, bab.
Knew what they were saying was bullshit, and none of it sat right with me too.
Your interpretation of what people said when they were giving you meds was bullshit. We had the knowledge back then. It wasn't comprehensive, but we had knowledge back then, and then we had more knowledge moving forward. So at each increment, when you see maybe like less kids have problematic ADHD than when you grew up, you're thinking to yourself, they must have been doing something wrong. This must have been by design. No, it can be that they were just not as smart as they are now, and they didn't know enough about the disease as they do now. That's really all it is. Time allows people to learn new things and allows, you know, more comprehensive data sets to be available. It's just, you know, it's not a conspiracy. It would be very hard to make that a conspiracy.
I never felt like I was getting the education that I needed. Yeah, they told us basic shit, but they never they obviously hid it from us.
Okay, so the flip side of it is that I did a lot of shit when I was younger.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I was a drug.
Remember, this person's been to prison, okay, so they know what's what. All right, this is their accreditation. They say themselves. I'm not the one that's saying this.
Addict very early in my life, and I think that's why I wasn't programmed, because I wasn't paying attention. I was high. I was doing this. I was doing that. I was drinking. I wasn't.
Okay, do you hear what she's saying? So, you know, maybe the reason, you know, the reason I wasn't programmed is because I was high out of my mind and I wasn't actually learning anything. I wasn't hearing different points of view and getting an objective glance at what, you know, the prevailing knowledge is on these things, so that I could actually start thinking critically and making my own decisions. I spent a bunch of time not learning.
So I wasn't paying attention.
So I guess I'm not brainwashed.
Because I was on drugs and I wasn't paying attention to it.
Why? Why, daughter? I assume. Why are you? Because she said my mom's been in jail. Why are you enabling this? I don't want to believe that our kids are going to be dumber than us. I don't want to believe that. And who's this fucking potato back here? Is that brother, significant other, what?
I have a Michael Jackson theory. A conspiracy, dare I say. And I'm very anti-conspiracy. I can't.
Are you?
Listen, I'm deeply involved in what I know for sure is happening, and that
Mhm.
already stresses me out. So I can't
Mhm.
deal with like the hypotheticals. For example, I keep shit terrestrial. Okay, are aliens real? I don't know, bitch. I can't go that far up. So it's not Michael, it's the Jackson family. I think me, allegedly, hypothetically, just claiming. Don't sue me. I would not be shocked.
Who would sue you? For what? What would they sue you for? Defamation? Now, I was under the impression, and I may be wrong on this, but I was under the impression that you could not sue a dead man. Or that a dead man could not sue you. Or that you could defame a dead man. I didn't think you could defame a dead man. If he's dead, can the estate sue you for... right, like, the estate should be able to sue you for defamation if you defame somebody who's dead. No? That doesn't make sense to me. If he's dead and gone, what does it matter? I don't know. Not a lawyer. You don't see fuck! You don't see Esquire at the back of my name. Or at the front. I don't know where Esquire goes. In somebody's name. I'm assuming at the end of it. That I honestly can't remember.
If Catherine and Joe are the parents, bunch of kids. I would not be shocked if Catherine was not Janet Jackson's mother. I do not think that Catherine is Janet Jackson's mother.
What?
I believe the eldest Jackson sibling, Rebe, a girl.
His estate can sue you for damages if they're still making money off him, I think. Weird! Right? The family or the whoever the holder of the trust is of a dead person can sue you for defamation. And is there... I would assume that there's like a limit to that length of time. Like, I would assume that maybe like you can't just sue someone 50 years after they say Jackson was a PDF file, you know. I know that for sure. I have the documents. Right? That would be crazy. Would that not be crazy? I feel like that would be crazy. Like if I say Ptolemy, where the fuck did I come up? I don't know. If I publish an article that says Alexander the Great was actually fugging his best friend, and they wanted to dispute that, they shouldn't be able to sue me for defamation. Okay? All right? I won't go down. That's what he said. I won't go down. I won't go down. Let me brush your eyebrow. You can't see it on the vertical view, but on the horizontal view, I'm brushing. I'm brushing the eyebrow. This isn't going the way that it's supposed to. There we go. Brush, 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 brush. Just imagine me brushing her eyebrow. There you go. And then you got it. And then you got the visual.
Not in the scene with like the Jackson 5, Janet Latoya. We never saw Reedy. She was 16 when Janet was born. 15, 16. This is what she looks like.
I mean, I guess maybe I don't hear enough about Michael Jackson conspiracy theories.
I think that he probably abused his kids in every single way.
Oh, damn.
And that's my theory. Hey, I have a Michael Jackson theory. A conspiracy, dare I say. And I'm very...
That's a pretty... on the scale of intensity of theories, I think that's a pretty heavy one. If your conspiracy theory is that there's like the dude's a diddler for his like children that he lived through vicariously. I mean, whew, that's heavy. It's real heavy.
I
I don't think y'all actually know, like, we live in such a fucking fake place. Like, this is not a real place. You know that scene in The Matrix when he eats the steak and he says, I know this isn't real.
Yeah, we saw this one already.
Sounds to me like we need to get some new conspiracy theories because all the old ones turned out to be true.
Facts matter, Senator.
Yeah. I mean, conspiracy.
He looks like he is just on the edge of death.
Don't freak out, don't freak out. Easy fix, puzzle code in my head. Now it's on the wall.
Transformers 2. Stop with the goddamn Epstein,
Okay,
Jesus.
Hold on, because I think I just cracked the
Oh, here we go, okay.
Wondering why I'm sitting on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
You must be new here. You must be new here.
Mhm.
Okay, where my conspiracy theories also bring in my Christian biblical
Okay.
scholars and conspiracy
Okay.
theories.
Okay.
I was just thinking, Black History Month. Why do white people hate us so much? Just think, like, you know, normal black people do on everyday basis. And
Music seems too loud.
what is the phone? Wait a minute. Wait, just hang on. Celestial. I'm thinking. Okay, hold on. Let me.
Are we just saying random words? I'm trying to understand. Are we just saying random words? The puzzle code on the wall reminds me of Charlie from It's Always Sunny. Yeah, Pepe Sylvia scene. That was I think that was a season 5 episode, which means that would have been Shackman. Pretty sure. I think he directed De Babao. And boy, you know, if I ever got the chance to talk to Matt Shackman, I would tell him exactly how much Fantastic Four sucked. And exactly how utterly disappointed I was by it. You know, Kevin Feige had a chance to really knock this one out of the park. And they just kind of like took a bit of a wet turd on a carpet. If you'll forgive the disgusting imagery, which is also kind of funny. You know? Yeah. I missed season 5 of Always Sunny, but God, Fantastic Four sucked.
Conspiracy theories. I was just thinking.
I'm glad people liked it. I'm glad that the overall general view of it is that it was a good entry into the MCU. Like, absolutely, 100%. I love the fact that it got knocked out of the park in the eyes of Feige and his acolytes. Super, super cool. I don't know. I wanted more punch 'em ups. I wanted more like smaller threats. I wanted more like, you know, stretchy action. The big thing that I think holds back any type of Fantastic Four production is the fact that anytime you do stretching powers in a live action thing, it always looks uncanny. It always looks scary, and test audiences fucking hate it. So, like, I get why you'd want to not do a lot of the stuff that Reed Richards can do simply because you want people to watch the fucking movie. I get it. I do. I get it. But I think the technology has come a long way, and what we did see was really good. And that just tells me that it could have been better, because if it's passable in the version of the movie that we got, then I can only imagine that it was just as passable when we had, like, you know, the more street level plot. Originally, it was going to be, you know, he was going to fight all the people that they said that they were going to fight all the people, the bad guys, that the news guy said they had fought in the beginning. And that was all cut out. Like, John Malkovich was supposed to be in it, you know? So, like, I don't know. I was very disappointed with Fantastic Four. I guess it really could have all just been summed up in that one sentence there. God damn it, you know, I'm recording. I have to pad this shit out, all right? Or else I don't get good stuff in the edit, okay? I gotta pad it out a little bit.
Black History Month. Why you think, like, you know,
Because of racism.
normal black people do on the everyday basis. And what is the phone? Y'all know what I'm saying? Phone. What is the phone? Wait a minute. Wait, just.
Wait, what the fuck? So this is like, is she actually like clinically, is there a problem with, because people who talk like that, like moving from rapidly from topic to topic, believing in like conspiracies and stuff, and not rationalizing, it's like schizophrenia, or like signs of schizophrenia. Perhaps they should have made a Fantastic Four movie that was documentary style, like The Office. I liked the Jessica Alba, Steve Rogers, Chris Evans, Michael Chiklis. I like that one. That version was good. And I mean, like, it wasn't perfect. Obviously, it's 20 years ago now, but they were onto something. It was good. I didn't mean to squeak that much. They were onto something, and it was good. And I obviously, you know, I mean, they could have done better with the special effects and stuff, but it was a product of the time, you know. As time went on, they probably could have iterated on that. I think, you know, Chris Evans having come back in Deadpool and Wolverine as Human Torch, I think the only send off that we're gonna get. I don't think we're really gonna. The dude that played Reed was very interested in playing Reed again, and there's supposed to be some like cut footage that might have had him. She very much is. I agree, Helmet. I think they might have already filmed what I think was a deleted scene where he creates the bridge between worlds, but I'm not sure if that is a deleted scene. I'm not sure. Not so private playlist. Jessica Alba has no behind, so you don't necessarily need to be caked up to still be attractive. That would, I mean, if it would put her into the stratosphere, if she were, I guess, more full-figured for you, then sure, but that doesn't make her not attractive. She's still very attractive. Like, what happens if the perfect woman, or man, or whoever, what if they shave off their eyebrow? They're still really attractive. They just happen to have shaved off their eyebrow. Although I guess not having an ass is... I don't agree with you, I'm just saying. But I guess maybe not having an ass would be a little different than shaving off an eyebrow. Wood a rose by other name, smell is sweet. What is that? Make asses great again. I mean, I guess. I don't know. I tend to take a person as the whole deal, you know? And I make my judgments, you know, based on aspects of their personality as well as just how visually pleasing I find them. Just, you know, I hope they would be doing to me. But I haven't really had to do that in almost 2 decades. So, fingers not exactly crossed. Totally gonna knock on wood, but maybe someday. Ooh. But yeah, no, I think my wife is extremely attractive. She's exactly perfect for me. And, yeah. There you go. Aspects? Aspects? I think maybe you should change your name to Not So Private Butt Kink. Why are we listening to like a techno version of like a Halloween soundtrack? Oh, here we go. Ultra Violent. There, I want to listen to that. Just want to listen to some ultra violent music. This one was good. I like this one. This one was just a very simple jazz-ish, jazz-adjacent, like a Portuguese nightclub singer, if you will. Gonna be making chicken rice bowls tonight. I hate rice bowls. It's healthy though, so there we go. It's just there's too much shit, you know. Like it's all like a preparation of like micro proportions. It's like you gotta sliver onions, you gotta pull cilantro leaves, you gotta do, I don't know, make a sauce. It's just whatever you feel like doing, but like you gotta do all that shit individually. It's just like I just want to like throw some shit into a pan, you know. All right. Where were we? Sounds like I'm fishing in Stardew Valley. Yeah, it's a jaunty, upbeat track, if you will.
Hang on, Celestial.
You just said a string of words that didn't have any relation to each other. Hold on, let's
like, you know, normal black people do on the everyday tip. And
what if the fallen dot dot dot? Y'all know what the fallen? What if the fallen dot dot dot?
Hang on.
Wait a minute.
Celestial.
Hang on. Then a cut. Then a cut. Then celestials.
Okay, hold on. Let me get my thoughts together. Fallen angels is the white race. Let me cook.
A new angle. I guess I gotta hear it out.
Obviously true, because the FBI agent on my phone sent a call through at that exact moment to stop my progress. Now let me.
Oh yeah, Helmet, have a good one. All you need is eggs and Braunschweiger. Oh my god. Don't threaten me with a good time. No, she said that fallen angels are the white race. I mean, I'll rewind it.
Obviously true, because the FBI agent on my phone sent a call. What is the fallen? Y'all know what I'm talking about. The fallen. What is the fallen? Wait a minute. Wait, just hang on. Celestial. I'm
Celestials.
thinking. Okay, hold on. Let me get my thoughts together. Fallen angels is the white race. Let me cook. It's obviously true, because the FBI agent on my phone sent a call through at that exact moment to stop my progress. Now, let me say this. The reason I was thinking that is because when you think of angels, you think of...
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna turn off the face cam for a second. I'm gonna hit this bowl so that I can actually get into her headspace for just a moment. I gotta get my brain right. I gotta get my brain rot. I mean brain right. Oh my god. What? Oh, what are you saying? Oh my god. Hang on. Let me do this. Cheers. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. I'll be right busy.
white. You think of, and it's, I'm not saying like white skin, just you think of white. You know, all the roles in the Bible, like the heavenly beings are all in white. The only color that is really described is God's throne. When you think about it, you don't hear no other colors described in heaven. Right? Right. So I was just sitting here thinking, I was like, why do they hate black people so much? And then it was just like a download came to me, because this is the thing. I had just seen this post that said black people escaped to Canada and created ice hockey. Basically, everybody thinks that's a white man's sport, right? So that's what made me go.
What? What?
go to, why do they hate us so much and we invent everything? Like, how do we invent everything? And they hate us like this. And the whole thought was, it was like multiple thoughts at one time, right? So white people are the fallen race, but we were made from the dirt. What color is dirt? What color is dirt? Dirt is brown. Dirt is brown. And we were created.
Oh boy. It's rare that I am lost for words. You know, I understand not I understand not having the knowledge of, like, you know, basic adaptation, or knowing just that melanin in the skin means that evolutionarily speaking, we were like, you were in more arid and sun-ridden environments, you were nomadic, and so the skin was going to be darker because the more presence of melanin in the skin. As tribes started getting together and forming cities and moving more and more north, the skin started getting fairer and fairer. You can kind of see how that continental drift happened. I mean, it is, I mean, it's pretty outlined just by our early civilizations, like the biggest early civilizations, you know, Germanic tribes and whatnot. To see where the cradle of civilization was. I mean, I guess, you know, maybe confirmed with fossils, but maybe that's my pre-existing knowledge speaking there. Someone needs to tell this woman about what the Persians and later the Arabs and Ottoman Empire used to do to its southern neighbors.
From the earth, and life was breathed into us. Now, who was interbreeding with man? The fallen sons of God. DNA combinations. Black woman is the only being that can carry. Now we're getting into genetic codes, right? Now we're getting into genetic modifications. Somebody add on with me, because I'm not crazy.
No, okay. So if you've ever had a family member or a friend who's had schizophrenia, then you can see, or you like, there's a specific type of personality that is like very chaotic, very erratic, and just like switching very quickly from one topic to another, presuming stuff that no reasonable person would just come up with. Like, the fact that she so casually mentioned that the FBI agent in her phone like messed up a call or something, or messed up her finding out about how the white race is the fallen angels. She so casually said that that's pathology. Like, I feel like there's that personality type that really, like, I guess it's those certain parts of the brain really light up when you have those markers for schizophrenia. I don't know. I am not a doctor, nor am I a smart man. I'm simply a handsome man. And gosh darn it, people take us very seriously. And with the utmost authority. I'd even call myself devastatingly handsome. I don't see you people agreeing with me. Gang stalking is a term I believe must have originated in African Americans' schizophrenia-related culture. Why African American? Social economic, perhaps? Why specifically? What's up, Neil Sinke? Why specifically African American community? Was there something I was missing? Blech.
I know where I'm going. I'm driving the bus. I just need the GPS. So, also, God's
I hope she's about to say people.
people were enslaved for 400. What if the Bible is not a history book, but it's a Simpsons? What if God is telling us what's currently happening? Like, to me, I feel like we're in the book of Judge. Everybody doing what the hell they think they supposed to be doing, and we ain't doing. I know I'm not crazy. It's just my thoughts.
I don't like to use the word crazy. Because I feel like it's a bit of it's like a slur, I guess. It's offensive and it diminishes or stigmatizes mental health. But she called herself not crazy because I'm racist, but actually because I've watched a few videos, and usually African Americans on the lower end of the socioeconomic side of things, claiming people are gang stalking. Yeah, I mean, and you know, maybe some of that could actually be contributed to poverty-driven, you know, criminality as well. You know. Oh, I see the problem. She's assuming the Bible was a history book. No, she called it a playbook. This person is. I'm not diagnosing, but if I had to guess what's going on here, is that she is very deeply schizophrenic, and this is all like just from beginning to end. Okay, it was just a slew of the manic depression, a slew of markers. The very beginning, the very first 5 seconds, it's erratic behavior, chaotic, unable to control the muscles.
Okay, hold on, because I think I just.
And when you act like you're in mid-conversation, you know, like, have you ever had those like friends with severe ADHD who would come up, like they would be skateboarding up to you and then like sit down next to you and then engage with you as if they were mid-conversation? It's like this, but it's like that, but it's all the time. It's always midstream. It's always a stream of consciousness, manic crash out or something. Behaviorally, yeah, but she starts getting like topic switching is the real big one.
Crack the code, and if you're wondering why I'm sitting on the floor, you must be new here. Okay, we're my conspiracy theorists. Also, bring in my Christian biblical scholars and conspiracy theories. I was just thinking, Black History Month. Why do white people hate us so bad? Just sitting here thinking, like, you know, normal Black people do on the everyday too.
And then the self-qualifying, like saying like, and then she does it again later. She says, "I'm not crazy," but it's
so bad. Just sitting here thinking, like, you know, normal Black people do on the everyday too.
Like normal Black people do on normal everyday. Like I was thinking. And then I spend another 3 sentences to explain that it's normal for Black people to think. There was no need, you know, like that's a compulsion right there. Well, then Kyle Mako, then you know, like that's it can be jarring, right, to the normies from your point of view. She's a beautiful Black woman. I'll take her if she can cook good food. Okay. I mean, maybe, you know, ask if she wants to cook first.
And
she would probably have to be on meds. I would hope that you would want her on meds, because a mentally healthy person is usually the type who wants to have a decent relationship. Unless you like them crazy. And, you know, some people... She referred to herself as crazy. Don't fucking cyberbully me. I was cyberbullied within an inch of my life. All right. And I will not have it. But I'd eat it like a sandwich. I was talking about the concept of whatever we were just. I must be hungry, but I wasn't trying to make like a nasty remark. I get it that there's a woman on screen. Here's me, a straight male. I get it. That's not what I was saying. That was not my intent. I don't like that this music is playing while I'm trying to undig this hole that I've dug. I really don't like that. It doesn't make me feel good. You can probably see my face getting red. Okay? It's very embarrassing. It's just hammering me with the beats right now. Yeah, it's hard with all them racing through strands. Well, I can see myself thought hopping too. Yeah. But it's I think to some degree people have control over it, but not if you have an issue like schizophrenia. Not to my knowledge anyway, unless you manage it with meds and treatment.
Wait a minute, just hang on.
So nobody's talking to her, nobody's trying to interrupt her or anything like that. And it's innocent. It can be like a tick for someone who has a compulsive disorder. It could be something like that, but that is the marker for things like schizophrenia. And that's like kind of downstream schizophrenia. That's like you should be on meds already. I like crazy girls. I don't blame you. I been happily married for almost 20 years now. And I used to, when I was with the boys, I used to say that I liked them crazy. And, I admittedly, maybe to some extent, I, had a thing for damaged people. And, I thought maybe I could help, like the delusions that people make for themselves. Like I could fix them, or I could help them, and it's never good to approach a relationship like that. Thankfully, I changed quite a bit before I met my wife, and we've been, pretty darn decently happy for the last 20 years. So I think I did an okay job. And she's quite a handsome woman, if I do say so myself. If you think I look young for my age, she does as well. I mean, we both have wrinkles. I mean, you guys just don't really see because I wash everything out with white fucking light. But if you saw me in a bar bathroom, you wouldn't want that. Oh, my neck. Oh, ow, oh, cramp. Oh, can't do stuff like that. If you mix me with religion and conspiracy theories, I think I'd be goner. I mean, it really, I think it'll be 20 years actually this October. So thank you, Neo Slinky. I coughed right in the mic. I'm sorry. That always seems to it's just like, Wah! There was one time when I was having a real bad coughing fit after a particularly big pot bowl, after a big pot of weed bowls. And I don't know why I'm holding on to this window and just tossing it around. But yeah, I had a particularly large hit and overwhelmed myself. And I started weeping like I was heartbroken because I could not get a breath. Because my throat was on fire. It was like someone had just punched me in the back of the head to daze me just a bit, and then did this eagle claw, and I have a sweat stain. I'm sorry. You won't have to see it. There you go. And did an eagle claw and bent my head back, and then poured a bunch of hot sauce. And I'm talking about like the dude from Offspring, his brand. Why am I still holding this window? The dude from Offspring, his brand of habanero, it burns immediately, and then slapped your throat, splashing it everywhere, that kind of thing. That's what it felt like. That went on way too long. Smoke too much and now I swear it's like smoking a cigarette. Well, yeah, I mean, the unfortunate thing for weed, and I don't smoke a lot of it. I maybe will puff enough cannabis to go through about an ounce a month and a half every 2 months, something like that. So it's not a lot, but the unfortunate thing about cannabis is that it is medicine. You know, it has helped me more or less cure my depression on many different occasions. And nothing before that had helped. And also, as you can see, with my wonderful looks and my youthful glow, that and really bad internal health, couldn't even catch a full breath there. What was I saying? And I have a wonderful memory. I have a wonderful short-term memory. You know, it's second to none, I would say. You know, it's almost none. It's almost I get a little tingle, but I'm not stoned anymore. I don't think it's possible without edibles. I don't think I ever really got to the point where I was smoking that much. I think dabbing was, I guess, more effective, quicker, but it didn't last as long. And I don't know. I couldn't dose control. I don't know. Only small doses. Can't partake anymore with my meds, but by all means, take a toke from the boys. Yeah, it's hard to balance. Because a lot of people see it as medicine, you know, including to some extent myself. But like, it's hard to balance. Like if you have multiple things going on, and like you're trying to take natural meds, and then you're trying to take meds that will actually work, and then you know how they mix. Like my antidepressants, when I was still taking them after I started smoking, they started making me feel like really nauseous all the time. And then if I had like one beer, I was throwing up for the rest of the night. That has never been like a problem that I'd ever had, you know, like before that. So yeah, some interaction with something. I used to get blasted on a small nug, but I felt my body aches too much. I usually, one bowl does me for, I don't know, 2-3 hours like that. And then I like the up and down, you know, that to me, that's recreational. Cause I'll go off and do like laundry and then like take my dogs for a walk. And like, by the time I'm home, I've stopped being high and I'm like, all right, ready to live life again, you know, ready to get back to this thing, you know? Ugh, double the serotonin. Ugh. Yeah. MAO inhibitors in general are I think more detrimental in the long run than, and I mean that's just my own opinion as just a person who has been on Lexapro, but like I think to me they were more detrimental than they were helpful. And you have like no like dreams, like still kind of dreams, but like not nothing vivid, you know. I kind of used to be able to remember my dreams, and then, you know, after started taking like the antidepressants, and I'm just blank, you know. Maybe they were just so complex I didn't remember. The real question is strain, plant genetics, and indica versus sativa. Don't even know of any official doctors or colleges have begun actually studying the practical applications. UC Davis, man. UC Davis. You can get a weed degree at UC Davis. Did you not know that? And I think UNLV. But they have amazing horticulture departments. Both of them. But yeah, dude. Like, you could be a weed scientist. Very, very much. Right now. Bachelor's programs. Oh, I would love to lucid dream, man. That would be super cool. Let's do some astral projections. We can all meet in the clouds and just fucking do like a drum circle up there, man. Do a little bit of like the hacky sack, man. Maybe like we can like listen to some fish, man. Get 'em down on the blowhole, sucker gonna make 'em on down the bound and down. That sound like fun? But yeah, I think the feeling that I get from this is more concern than Schadenfreude. Schadenfreude.
Good morning,
Ah!
class. Have a seat. Get comfortable. Buckle in. Today we're going to be talking about how
Okay.
your whole entire life is a lie. AKA
Okay.
the Tartarian Empire. Before I even start, I know there's going to be somebody that says, where's the proof? Where's the evidence? Where's the documents? I have a question for you all. If what's said about the Tartarians are true,
What is it? What
if
is
we
the
got
Tartarian?
phones and cameras and iPads and computers.
What is a Tartarian?
So did they. So did they. Tartaria, you may ask. What is the Tartarian Empire?
I did ask that.
So the maps from the 16 to 1800s show a massive nation called Tartaria. They are not in our history books from today. You can get a history book from like the early 1900s.
Are we talking about what? Are we talking about Greek maps?
Tartaria's in there.
Are we talking about Greek maps? Are we talking about from ancient Greece?
Time ago, there were a group of people. This was pre-Noah's flood or the mud flood, whatever your beliefs are. This was pre that.
Mud flood?
Okay? There was a group of people. They were very technologically advanced. There are architectural blueprints from Paris.
You can only see that on
St.
Twitch. I'm
Petersburg,
stroking your
Chicago,
face.
Tokyo, all around, and none of these architectural buildings can be replicated. Okay, and it said that these were made in like the 1900s, the 1800s, when they didn't have power tools, they didn't have electricity, and just normal old people like you and me built these buildings brick by brick. They're lying. That's not what happened. Every single one of these buildings, the pyramids, all of them, they show some wear and tear, and it's not just normal wear and tear, honey. From a flood, erosion from a flood. Okay?
You don't believe in evolution, but you believe in erosion?
Around the world. You go to these places, there are windows under the ground. There are doors under the ground. There are quite literally cities built on top of cities, and you can see it with your eyeballs. Kind of off topic, and even
I will attest that my hometown, Sacramento, is built. The downtown area is built 15 feet above where the previous storefronts used to be, and it's really only just because they didn't want to have to knock a building down just to build because they had to make a new ground, I guess, make a new level, a new 0.0. What the fuck do you call that? What do you just call base level ground? You know, the topographical minimum? They had to make a new you know? Angel, how's it going? They had to make a new level 0. And it was because they had levee walls and they needed to fill in that area so that it wouldn't flood and then hold water. I said that really throatily.
if what the government says is true, how did we go from beautiful metal monuments with stuff carved in them like an angel did it himself to sheetrock that I can touch and it cracks? I mean, we should have...
Where are these statues?
Advanced? Just to think that the Egyptians built the pyramids. I've talked about the pyramids before, and the pyramids tie into this.
Egyptian slaves, typically, for the most part.
That's where they're getting their power from.
Actually, aren't they, isn't it being argued that it was like a pretty healthy mix of slaves and workers now? I'm not sure. I think that might be part of that, like the whole racism stuff, but I'm not sure. I don't know.
All of these Tartarian buildings all show the same exact impossible building styles long before cranes, bulldozers, or honey, even electricity. Grand domes. There are star-shaped cities that like align perfectly with the stars, and these people want us to believe that just a normal me and you like person built it, like with our hands, no electricity, no nothing. In reality,
Yeah, humans are pretty fucking cool. We are ingenuitive. This fucking inability to say words is frustrating. Ooh, you're gonna get it.
Tartarians. The Tartarians were living their best life, honey. They didn't have no government.
Who are these people?
They didn't need nobody. They didn't need nothing. They had it all figured out, okay? And I don't know about y'all's government, but my government hates to see somebody self-sufficient. They don't like
What? What?
Self-sufficiency means they ain't got no control over you. They had a worldwide electrical grid without wires. And then it was wiped out. If you're a Christian, a Bible reader, or if you're educated, then you know that God sent a flood because he was so disappointed in his people.
If you're educated.
Just gonna put this into perspective. He hadn't sent a flood for us, okay? Look how technologically advanced we are. Look at the world crumbling around us. So just imagine how it had to be for him to send a flood. Are we remembering? Are we remembering? Followed by the Noah's flood or the mud flood. There were world fairs. There were world fairs everywhere. And suddenly hundreds of highly advanced buildings and cities were built pretty much overnight, right? And here comes the wars and revolutions to wipe out the rest of the evidence of the Tartarians because the government does not want to know that we can live without them. History was rewritten as to what we read in our history books, okay? There's two possibilities here. Either there were giants in the Tartarian days. The Tartarians were just far more advanced than us. Matter your religious or scientific beliefs.
Okay, so clearly, clearly this is all like the Book of Enoch stuff, which is like, that's not a thing. Like, it's not reliable truth. Even then, like, you don't have to take the stuff in any part of the Bible literally. Like, you don't have to. You can choose to. Who the fuck is the Tartarian Empire? Let's see. Let me look that up. I know that Tartarus is a place in Greek mythology, but I don't know where it is here. Modern pseudo-historical conspiracy theory asserting that a technologically advanced global civilization existed until a mud flood wiped it out and erased it from history. Shall I guess what shade the people who lived there might have been? Shall I venture a guess? I'm guessing it's gonna be the same as you. I'm guessing.
It is said that giants once roamed.
You know, because there is, and I'm not going to just assume that she's Southern, but I think I'm detecting an accent. You never know. But there's this thing with a lot of Southern Christians, and maybe it's a sect of Christianity, I'm not sure, but they will occasionally engage in this whitewashing of like the basin of civilization type skin color by adding parts to the Bible, like Tartaria, for instance, and then using that as a vehicle to say that white people had been there all along. And typically it's actually a very heartbreaking story, where the dark people actually rose up and slaughtered the innocent whites who had been enslaving them. Compelling. Did I? Enough? Let this play. Yeah, I gotta pee.
The earth of Enoch speaking.
I gotta pee.
Nephilim.
I gotta pee. I gotta go. I gotta stand up. I gotta go take a pee. I gotta go pee. I gotta go take a pee. You gotta go to pee. You gotta go to the peas. You gotta go to the peas and he goes to the peas.
Smart, huge, humongous, unhuman-like, human-like giants. Any structures and details today can be attributed to this, okay? There's massive doorways that like don't even make sense, that your arms can't even reach the handles. I mean, they even say that skeletons of giants have been found. The Bible mentions God was furious with the chaos caused by his people and sent a great flood to cleanse the earth. Mud flood. It buried mostly everything, including the giants. Stay with me, including the giants. And most structures that are giant shaped are made of Himalayan salt. Okay, have y'all ever seen those mountains that they say are shaped like big old giants? They're made of Himalayan salt. Stay with me, okay? Have y'all ever seen Himalayan salt? Want to know what it looks like? It looks like cured meat. Hold on. If I'm not mistaken, we use Himalayan salt for all kind of stuff, especially the healing properties. Why? But why? Why would the government hide this from us? Like, why is this something that they would hide from us? This is cool. This would be cool to know about. That's what I thought too. Because it's been good versus evil since the beginning of time. Okay, they don't want us to know that. And hear me out. Hear me out. Tartarians had free power. They had advanced architecture. A world with free energy had no control.
Oh, I hit my toe.
Gas, electric. None of those monopolies. Elite can't have this, because if that's the case, then there is nobody that's elite. You staying with me? They just erased it. They just erased it.
I'm not staying with you because
guess what? They can do that.
I don't do that anymore.
I'm not gonna lie. I know this stuff sounds crazy, but once you start to do a little bit of digging, just a little bit of digging, you learn that all this stuff is connected and it's not so crazy.
Yeah, actually, if you make something up and then you make something up that's connected to that, and then you make something up that's connected to that, and then you do it all the way, you know, until you have a bunch of interconnected things that you've all made up, then yeah, I mean, it can be pretty convincing. Yeah, that's all yeah. You said it.
Fuck it. You got a couple of conspiracy theories that I believe.
Fuck it. You know? Fuck it. Let's all just say fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it.
I don't care if you believe them. I said me. Whatever they say in the fucking ocean is in the ocean. I don't care. The Megalodon, whatever the hell that big ass shark called, the Kraken, the Loch Ness Monster, any type of species that's a myth in the ocean, mermaids, all that shit is in the ocean. What you gonna argue that it's not? How you know, bitch?
I don't know why that tickled me so much. I mean, I think a lot of people use the statistic that like most of the oceans have been unexplored, but I think that's like to sound dramatic and stuff. Like the reality is that the majority of the ocean is made up of stuff that we know is there. And of course there are places that we can't necessarily see, but there's no mechanism, like there's no hierarchy in the food chain that can accommodate something bigger than, you know, whatever. Blue whale was the largest what's the largest predator? Would that be blue whale, right? Because it eats krill. Is krill considered prey? That would be a fun trivia question. What is the world's largest predator? Orca, right? Let me see. Let me see. What was the largest predator? Oh, sperm whale. I didn't even fucking think of that. God damn it. I look like an idiot. Well, we're going to just delete that in the edit. Yep, we're going to take all that right out of there. Any evidence of me looking dumb. The power of video editing tools. Don't fucking cyberbully me, all right?
What's the percentage of the ocean that we done discovered? Out of 100.
Right, but also, if things are swimming around in there that are like sentient, like mermaids, then we would have had proof by now. We've been on the Earth for so long, unless you're a young Earth creationist. We've been around for so long that it's just, it would be, we would have found some evidence. And, you know, conspiracy theorists also point to the water baby theory? Water baby ape? Water ape baby? I don't know, something about underwater civilizations. That sounds like some Atlantis ass shit to me. But who am I? Okay? Who am I? I'm certainly not powered by crystals. I did date a girl named Crystal back in high school. She was not healing. Okay? She did not have a healing aura. Alright? I'm not bitter about it. I'm just remembering it freshly.
There are people living inside of the Earth.
No, there are not.
It's true.
No, it is not.
New information from NASA states that there is a large ocean beneath the Earth's crust.
No, it does not.
After scientists detected movement below the surface.
Oceans of like, what was it? It was something like dense liquid like metal, and then they found an ocean inside the ocean. But it's like highly compressed material. The only thing that can survive in there are those little fucking blind worms and shit. I am not a smart man, but god damn it, do the minimum amount of research. I think my dog is pissed at me. Piqueto! Please don't be angry. She's furious. Just give me the cold shoulder. You know, I don't anthropomorphize animals. I need
Okay, I'm going to share something with you.
Why are we not taught about plasma, which is 99% of the universe? Do you know how big the universe is? So even 99% of something as big as the universe is a fucking big swath of spaceland? Is there land in space? Or is the land itself the space from which we
Count banned. I've already got 2 strikes against me. This one might put it over the edge. Do you think I care? I don't care. You guys
okay.
need to know. This is about Eric.
I mean, already we've got a persecution fetish. You know, and it's endemic among people who feel a need to be persecuted in order to alleviate themselves of some type of guilt. You know? Whether that be religious guilt or guilt,
Kirk's ex-boyfriend.
Okay.
He's got something going on. Hold on. First, I want to show you what he...
Very specific. Very specific. Very, very. So you. Thank you for the information. It's so comprehensive.
looks like, and then I'm going to explain this video. Hold on. Okay, just
video.
For reference, this is him. This is her ex-boyfriend, and this is what he has on his face. Do you see it on his lip?
It's I think there's gonna be something else, and then it's surprise Epstein. It's the Epstein files. I can't get away from these things. Like I said, I don't mind the conspiracy theories, but like it's been a lot of the Epstein files. Fucking tattoo. Oh my lord. Woo, that's good stuff. That's good. I like that.
Hey everybody.
Hi.
So I have finally received like direct confirmation through the Epstein files that there are organizations that use ELF waves or extra low frequency waves and radio waves and microwave technology to neurally monitor people. Like, there is technology in existence. You want to talk about conspiracy theories? It's no longer...
He started rattling off a lot of stuff, and I thought he was going to talk about elves for a moment, so I gotta switch gears again.
Through the Epstein files that...
What do you mean you just received communication through the Epstein files? What the fuck does that mean? No human beings, are you reptilian? No human being speaks like this. What does that mean? I've just received information through the Epstein files. Are you talking to the Epstein files? Do you think the Epstein files is a person? Are you trying to provide an air of authority for yourself by I don't know, saying, oh, I've got organization, you know? I got people who are delivering me things. I just received a communique, if you will. All right? Which is short for communication. All right? So, don't get it twisted.
There are organizations that use ELF waves or...
Have a good one, Neo Slinky.
Extra low frequency waves and radio waves and microwave technology to...
Oh, it's Trivection oven. It's the what do they call them? Oh man, those Subway ovens. You know, it's one of those things. Trivection oven. Maybe you're receiving Trivection waves from like someone cooking a pizza in space.
Neurally monitor people. Like, there is technology in existence. You want to talk about conspiracy theories? It's no longer a conspiracy.
Use microwaves to monitor people? I mean, I'm pretty confident. I am not a rocket biologist, but I'm pretty confident that microwaves are not used to monitor people through their brain. I'm moderately convinced. I'm like 87 to 87.9%. All right. And that's, in my world, that might as well be 100% certain. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it.
There's technology in existence today and in use today that can read your mind through long distance radio wave technology. The people that are victims to this, they're called targeted.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but radio signals, radio waves are like everywhere. trying to get a decent radio signal without encountering some kind of interference is, like, I think almost impossible, if I'm remembering correctly. Just with all the shit, the noise that's in the air right now. That's why antennas, like, suck. It's just, there's too much radiation, there's too much noise, there's too many signals and shit. Bouncing off the fucking some kind of sphere. Magnetosphere or some shit. You know? Like, that's all it is. It's radios, they go out of style because you have to keep building, like, signal boosters, and the more signal boosters you buy, the more signal boosters the ham radio enthusiasts are going to buy, the more signal boosters the truckers are going to buy, the more signal boosters the military is going to buy. Just eventually it's going to get overwhelmed with noise, you know? That's why people typically use like digital signals, right? Digital satellites and shit.
Individuals, and they target
beam
children,
it right into your
not just
fucking
adults.
brain.
They can sexually stimulate your body by exploiting your nervous system, and they can do this using like 5G radio towers. I don't know if you guys have like heard
Come on, man.
the conspiracies and stuff like that from like way back, how like 5Gs would be abused. But if you're wondering why you're not mad enough, my theory is that it's from these 5G towers that they...
You know, 5G often means 5 gremlin.
Can alter your psychological chemistry, like your nervous system's chemistry, to prevent you from getting angry, to prevent you from feeling happy. They can make you feel sad, and they can also make you feel sexually stimulated. It can come from your TV, it can come from your Wi-Fi router, your cell phone, everything. But now we have direct proof. I'm going to put the Epstein number in the caption below. But what I'm doing is I'm getting parts this Saturday, and I'm going to attempt to build like a radio that should capture and parrot the signals that people get bombarded with, because that way the courts can take us seriously. But now we have direct...
Wow, you know, I'm gonna go write my congressman. I'm actually gonna let my dog out real quick. I'm gonna go write my congressman to let this guy, whatever he was asking. America! America. America Ferrera. Arrerica.
Okay, so y'all, they took my video down because of community guidelines. As you can see, look at the caption that I had on the video. In this video, I did admit that I am probably taking a stretch, but in 2026, nothing seems to surprise me. I've learned that with the elites and the higher ups, they're good at making the good guy look like the bad guy and the bad guy look like the good guy. Then I was watching this video with young Pharaoh, how he was exposing the Jews of how they had this statue of a man eating pizza. He was also going into symbolizations and breaking things down of what things really...
dear God. We gotta take pizza back, you know? Like, we really gotta take that. Number one, the conspiracy largely comes from the fact that pizza places in the DC area typically go up around, like, or business will go up around FBI operations. Like, big, large military things, like Situation Room type shit. And someone, I think, like, someone, like TMZ or some shit, I don't remember who, but someone had, like, reported that they had seen children in the basement of one of the places that, you know, their least favorite politicians ordered from. And what was probably meant as a, I don't know, immature joke turned into a viral story on the, I think it was the poll board, along with a conspiracy theory. Yeah, we gotta take pizza back. It is the number one food in America, and I can't enjoy it right now. I can enjoy it, but like, now there's an evil connotation to the term, you know, and I can't square that, you know. We gotta have it is a delicious Italian dish of cheese and bread, and it deserves to be enjoyed without the stigma. All right? Write your congressman.
What if
we're going to start an act?
Airships disappeared. Has
What?
nothing to do with safety, and everything to do with what they could reach. The airship advantage.
Airships can't do anything that a plane can't do. I mean, except move slowly.
Early airships could travel thousands of miles.
Come on, give me more on
What if
this.
The real reason airships
Come
disappeared
on.
has nothing to do with safety.
Maybe we can look at YouTube for conspiracies. Huh? Huh?
Jeffrey Epstein said in a leaked email he represents the Rothschilds. Rothschilds means Red Shield, and they represented the Red Cross since its inception. They've been
Oh, for Christ's sake.
funding it. Why have they been funding the Red Cross to help survivors of war whenever they fund both sides of every single war in history?
Because of corporate greed. Because the elite enjoy making money, and they don't get to make money if they don't play every angle of the game. They buy the game, in fact. That's how you stay rich and on top. How are all these people like... So, the Venn diagram between, like, MAGA supporters and conspiracy theorists could almost be a circle. And, like, these people who claim to be so economically motivated and to be so money conscious don't understand the basics of any kind of economics whatsoever. Like, you play every angle. You buy all the game pieces, you buy out the banker, you poach the dealers, and then you attract all the customers, and you buy the building once it goes up for business, you gut the building, you you buy the game. And that's what a company with enough money is going to do. They're going to do everything they can to benefit from society's ups and downs. Gang wars, regular wars, you know, terrorism in another country. They're going to benefit from that shit because they're going to have defense contracts, they're going to be weapons manufacturers, and they're going to own the hospitals that treat the victims of the wars. Like, and even then, like, they're going to have probably lobbyists in with people who are, like, making decisions from leadership positions. So it's just, that's how America works, baby. It's not a conspiracy. It's just right there. It's just that's a feature, not a bug.
It's a human trafficking operation. That's what it is. The Red Cross reported over 284,000 missing people, which marks a 70% increase in the last 5 years. And in the Iraq War, anywhere from 250,000...
Anything that might have happened in the last 5 years that might have made people who couldn't have access to treatment or healthy conditions disappear off the face of the map? No natural disasters, no diseases?
to 1 million people went missing. You can blame that on war, but I don't think that's war. I don't think that many people go missing just because you can't find their remains. I don't think that happens that much. In northern Nigeria...
Oh, okay. And did you receive your education at an Ivy League? What did you write your dissertation on? Was it socio-economic groups? Global psychology? What was it?
Ariana Grande might have accidentally revealed the secrets about celebrities dying there.
Oh, for Christ's sake. Yeah, I mean, we're rehashing some of the same shit that we've already looked at before. Let's take a look at YouTube. Why not? Why not? Let's go for... If we're thinking about conspiracies, we could do... I don't necessarily want a claimed conspiracy. What I'm thinking more is someone who's trying to, like... Back for a sec, just read that the dad from Back to the Future is accused of luring a woman from the UK to Los Angeles, kept her as a sex slave and used her for free labor. I mean, you know, if you're talking about Crispin Glover, I would have assumed he's freaky. And perhaps a human trafficker, but I guess I'm not that surprised. Always a shame, you know. It's the good actors that turn out to be weird. Maybe that's a required aspect of being a good actor, you know, is you have to be a little bit weird. That's not really a little bit weird, trafficking people, but you get what I'm saying, you know? I don't want to talk myself into a further hole here. You see what I mean? Like, I don't necessarily want to just react to the same tired shit we've been reacting to this whole time, you know? Because, like, people cover this shit all the time, you know? It's gotta be something more specific and niche.
Celebrity skin suits. So you think, oh, that's Emma Watson. Yeah, I know what she looks like. That's just... No. It's actually Sofia Vergara.
You don't believe that, do you? There's no way that you believe that is a real thing. Why would you ever believe that?
Apparently they just released a brand new type of ketchup. People are saying that it's called clear ketchup and that it tastes 10 times better than regular red ketchup. Allegedly.
I don't think that's a thing. But if there was a thing like that, it wouldn't taste 10 times better. Usually, and I'm not a chemist, so I'm not really sure if what I'm saying is 100% correct, but I think if you add enough sugar to something, then you can get it to do all kinds of crazy things. And so I think maybe it's reasonable that you could potentially have a clear catsup. That's right. I said catsup.
Conspiracy theorizing that's become incredibly popular on the right these days. It was popular on the left, and now it's become increasingly popular on the right.
I mean, for someone who is extremely adverse to being pushed back against, which is seemingly why he doesn't do debates anymore. Not to mention the fact that he can't make his wife... You've heard the story. he calls for unity. He calls for support and people to not be dicks to each other, and he makes everything a partisan issue. It seems weird. It seems like it seems weird.
The color blue was.
But maybe he should just shut the fuck up, perhaps.
These are some conspiracy theories that turned out to be true. So Bohemian Grove was an alleged meetup spot for the rich and powerful to rub shoulders and talk, which was later confirmed to be the site where Oppenheimer would work on the Manhattan Project alongside many of the world's most powerful men. The CIA admitted to the existence of a long-believed heart attack gun, which would pierce victims with shellfish toxin and kill them within minutes, making their deaths seem of natural causes. The CIA also controlled U.S. citizens through the use of LSD for Project MK.
Okay, I mean, which of these weren't already known? I'm pretty sure the heart attack gun was not a conspiracy theory. It was just a thing that existed during the Cold War. What was the first one again? Bohemian Grove. I mean, he said it himself, but that's a real thing. That wasn't a conspiracy theory. The conspiracy theories is what revolves around what takes place there, or what the meaning of it is. Because it's pretty well documented what happens there. Staff is like, they talk about it. I mean, I get it. They could probably dead hooker him. Sex worker. You know what I mean? But
Grove was an alleged meetup spot for the rich and powerful to rub shoulders and talk, which was later confirmed to be...
They rubbed more than each other's shoulders. Well documented. Bubba.
A site where Oppenheimer would work on the Manhattan Project alongside many of the world's most powerful men. The CIA admitted to the existence of a long-believed heart attack gun, which would pierce victims with shellfish toxin and kill them within minutes, making their deaths seem of natural causes. The CIA also controlled U.S. citizens through the use of LSD for Project MK Ultra.
They determined that mind control, they weren't able to do that. And Project Montauk was a failure. Project Stargate was a failure. Montauk might not have even existed. We don't even have confirmation of that. Has yet to be declassified. See, I didn't control people. They tested drugs on the people to see what would happen in case they wanted to poison their enemy's water. Yep. Bioweapon research. Just like, I mean, they even... One of the conspiracy theories said that, like, Sea Spray, Operation Sea Spray was like a conspiracy theory. Like, no, it's just a thing that happened. Not a conspiracy. It actually happened. We have been monsters to our own people. Tuskegee experiments, come on. Real fucked up. We done did fucked up shit.
Which they control the minds of subjects to see what would happen.
I love that everybody puts a picture of 11 here. What a wonderful thing. What a wonderful thing to be remembered for. Is how emboldened you made conspiracy theorists. One wonders why they all focus on the fact that it's, you know what? I don't want to just be painting people with the pedo brush, because people have been doing that a lot lately. Rightly so. I mean, I don't know for sure, you know? Wait to see this guy in the Epstein files, and then we can
You know
make
how
judgments.
in every single radio song, they always use like la 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 la. Or rah rah
What does that mean?
They're all names of Egyptian.
Ooh la la is the name of an Egyptian god. Gaga, ooh la la. What about ah ah ah? Yeah? All gods, huh? Sweet. What is this music? Is this still the Bossa Nova stuff? Yeah, I guess so. It's very gentil. It's more, I guess, perhaps more gentil than I had anticipated. I do not want to keep snacking on these things. I've had them for a while. I should shit or get off the pot, right? I'm sure Lady Gaga is referencing Egyptian gods. You know, she's a pretty eclectic lady. There's every chance, you know. It's unlikely. Entirely possible, though.
Here's what all conspiracy
Stephanie Giunetti?
Ask yourself this.
They're all started by a
No. Here's what they have in common. Every single one of them. I've yet to find an exception to this. There are people who are sure something is true, that they want to be true, okay?
Yeah.
And they find evidence in support of what they want to be true. When there's an absence of evidence that should be there and isn't, or if there's evidence that points against it, they have to invoke a conspiracy to keep believing what they want and say the missing evidence was taken by the government, or this conflicting evidence was put in by the government to throw you off, so that they can continue to believe what they want.
Yeah.
Rather than have the gaps in the data unravel what it is they think is true. Here's what all...
Weird. Weird tone. It's almost like this was made by somebody who doesn't speak English very well. Because it seems like the way that they interpreted all of this was that they were saying that it is a conspiracy when Neil deGrasse Tyson is just describing cognitive dissonance. So yeah.
What's the craziest conspiracy theory that you believe in?
My conspiracy that I believe in is I think the world's flat. Nobody can tell me otherwise.
You know, I think it speaks to something that I'm probably going to be called soy boy cuck beta for, but something called white privilege. That these essentially homemaker types, usually white, are able to sit around and contemplate all day long, you know, how the earth is shaped. Like, I had a full day's worth of errands I had to run. I need to do some work, and, you know, most of my hours are full of here things, right? Things that are right here in front of me. You know, how very privileged one must be to be able to just, I don't know, worry about the world being flat. You know?
And I'm gonna stay true to my word.
Mm-hmm.
Tupac is still alive.
I don't believe that John F. Kennedy was shot the way they say he was. I'm not a believer in the, magic bullet. It went this way, all of that stuff. As a matter of fact,
I mean, we see evidence in, like, shootings all the time, how, like, bullets can be, like, ricochet and shit. Like, what was it supposed to be? Was it it hit, like, it grazed the neck bone or something, or it grazed his shoulder blade? And that's how it went up and out or something like that? I don't remember. But it was supposed to have gone, like, through, like, it was wherever it hit him in the head, and it was supposed to have, like, gone, like, bing, 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 and then out the back. I don't remember exactly how that. Oh no, yeah, it was like up and down, or it was like down like this and then down like that. And there's supposed to be some, like, impossible angles or something. I don't remember. It's such a thoroughly debunked conspiracy theory at this point that it's crazy people still hold on to that.
The darkest conspiracy theories ever. The Bob Ross theory. Bob Ross was a famous painter on television. The theory claims that Bob Ross is actually a serial killer.
Oh, fuck. You know, this man wasn't wholesome enough when he was on the earth. Let's just go ahead and fucking tromp his memory through the mud by posthumously accusing him of being a serial fucking killer. What a ghoul.
It's because of one of his paintings. It's called Happy Little Accidents, which depicts an exact crime scene where 5 bodies were found. What do you think about this thing?
What? Is that supposed to be the Dyatlov Pass? Are we combining theories here? No, it doesn't look like it. Oh god. We're in a void. Oh no, this is good. A stream, yeah. I wanted it to be woodsy, you know. Oh yeah, have a good one, man. Enjoy your day, Helmet.
Ever wondered what wild ideas people believe?
Nope.
When it comes to understanding conspiracy theories, there's 3 main cognitive biases. The first one is called narrative bias, and this is where the human brain has evolved to make sense of reality through storytelling. And the reason for that is because
I think that a lot of outlandish conspiracy theories aren't necessarily caused by...
There was a conspiracy theory involving McDonald's that could have cost the entire franchise. Back in 2014, an old Facebook post claimed to have discovered
human meat
hidden in the freezers of McDonald's meat factories. And despite how ridiculous this claim may have been, the post was already viewed by more than 50,000 viewers, and the rumors started to spread quickly. McDonald's turned down all of these claims and assured customers that they do not use human meat in their menu. There was a conspiracy.
It's a bit of a nothing burger itself.
3 crazy conspiracy theories about the moon. 3. The moon landing was faked. Conspiracy theorists believe that the Apollo mission was filmed because shadows in the images taken were not parallel and the Earth's radiation field should have killed astronauts. 2. Built by humans.
No, neither of those are the case. Shadows would be cast by whatever the brightest light source is, right? And it looked to be the sun, right? That way. Doesn't appear to be a setup. Shadows in the images taken
were not parallel, and the Earth's radiation field should have
no, come on. Van Allen belt's like a
killed
donut.
astronauts. 2. Built by humans. Christopher Knight and Alan Butler, in their book, Who Built...
Did you look... Is that... Seth MacFarlane? Is that a 65-year-old Seth MacFarlane? Brian?
And Alan Butler, in their book, Who Built the Moon, suggested that the moon was a creation of future humans who traveled back in time to safeguard humanity. 1. Reptilian hologram. In David Ickey's Human Race Get Off Your Knees...
In David Ickey's book...
The Lion Sleeps No More, he speculated that the moon is a hologram from which a reptilian race influences human reality.
Why would they do that through a hologram? If they live in the Hollow Earth, wouldn't they just be doing Hollow Earth shit and then like come up in some like drill things? Right? Why would they project a moon into the sky? If we didn't know what the moon looked like, why would we miss a moon? Did they destroy the moon accidentally?
Subscribe for more.
Oh. I guess we'll never know.
Theories you never thought of. What if phobias are based on how
There's a reason for that.
we died in our past life? Maybe that's why we're afraid.
Okay. I mean, we don't really have any evidence of transubstantiation or reincarnation. So, how do you test for that?
Because they don't want anyone to know that it's glitter.
You have to assume that you had a past life.
Biggest internet conspiracies of all time.
Can you tell me what your biggest buyer is?
No, I absolutely know that I can't.
Okay, but you know what it is?
Oh, God, yeah, and you'd never guess it. Let's just leave it at that.
In 2018,
Yeah, totally not a staged phone call. Absolutely not.
a New York Times article went viral when a manager at one of the largest glitter producers in the world refused to admit who their biggest client was. But another thing that really stuck out to people was this comment. Since we're a glitter manufacturer, anything we do is now called glitter. This is important because glitter was invented/discovered in the 1930s at a precision cutting factory of film and paper for clients like Kodak and Enesco. The cutting machine
What is
would
happening right now?
occasionally glitch, tearing up the glossy photo print into schnibbles that were spat out onto the shop floor. Instead of throwing them out, some of the employees decided to use the schnibbles as fake snow in their Christmas decorations, and glitter was born. But today, whoever is buying up all of the glitter is still a mystery, with some theories suggesting that it's the US military, boat paint, funeral
Why?
homes, or toothpaste manufacturers, because they don't want anyone to know that it's glitter. These 10 words kicked off one of the biggest internet
Why?
conspiracies of all time.
Can you tell me what your biggest...
The Titanic.
Why would the US government be the biggest importer of glitter?
Everybody knows story. Everybody knows the movie. Like we said, in Belfast, where the ship was built,
It's Belfast.
Inside the Titanic, there was a massive coal fire. Before you're going to make your big voyage, you typically go through a 2 to 3 week long inspection. The Titanic inspection lasted 3 hours, and there's speculation that they're like, hey, well, we have all the hype, all the press, all this, we can't go without it, but we got this fire going inside. And it's like, well, let's just have it pass inspection and it'll probably be fine. They never told any of the passengers. They never told anybody about the expedited inspection. You know who might know about that is the guy who owns the fucking White Star Line, JP Morgan. The Titanic. Everybody knows story. Everybody.
I mean, that could just be evidence of an actual conspiracy.
What is the scariest conspiracy theory if true? That JFK was killed by our government?
Some conspiracy theories are hard to believe.
Conspiracy theories about the death of Charlie Kirk have been exploding online. Israel will kill him.
The martyr, Charlie Kirk.
There have been more than 2 million distinct posts in the last week on X or Twitter referencing these conspiracy theories. That's according to the data analytics firm Peak Metrics, which said that it's actually twice as many posts as there were after the assassination attempt against Donald Trump last summer.
Mufasa.
Think about that. Some left-wing figures have been pushing the unhinged theory that Donald Trump himself orchestrated the killing to distract from the Jeffrey Epstein scandal.
Oh,
Other
man, that's a
liberal
bit of a reach.
activists-
Oh boy.
Were dinosaurs real?
Dinosaurs? Yes.
Is the Earth flat?
No.
Did we land on the moon in 1969?
Ooh, if you ask my brother, he'd say no, but I say yes.
Okay. Was there a second shooter at John F. Kennedy?
Yes.
Wow, I think everybody has said that. Is Alexa listening to my private conversation?
Yes.
Yeah. What? Yes.
Is Bigfoot real?
Oh my god. If that's something that people don't know, hey, just so you guys know, your fucking smart devices are always listening to you. Jesus Christ. If you honestly don't think that something that can't hear you when you say a fucking keyword isn't always listening to you, you need to go back to school. You need to just get a basic education. Linkin Park being involved in 9/11 is my favorite conspiracy theory. What? What is that one? In what way? Did they do it? Did they, like, perpetrate it?
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Is Bigfoot real? Again, you know, for these, like, cryptids and stuff, there would have been proof. There would have been some kind of... Cryptids aren't smarter than humans, and they aren't more greedy than humans. Humans will scour the earth. Do you know how many times they found the Boston bomber before they actually found the Boston bomber? At least 5. That's quite a record, all right? Typically, the culprit of a crime is only found once, if ever. All right, so Reddit's on it. Is all I'm saying. All right, Reddit's on it. Trump looks like Bigfoot. That's unkind to Bigfoot.
Do you believe that there's an Illuminati or a secret group of 8 to 12 people that pull the strings in the world?
I believe that the first part of that is, but I believe it's a lot bigger than 8 and 10.
Wow.
I mean, the reality is scarier than conspiracies. Like, you don't have to make stuff up to be scared of things that are going on. Like, shit is scary enough as it is. There's all the richest people in the world are pedophiles and wannabe cannibals. You know, like I would just be concentrating on life to you know, to be scared of.
Wow. Are there aliens at Area 51?
No, Obama said there weren't, and if Obama said it, I believe him. Because he's a totally not a strictly, you know, adherent government man who is a fan of national security. But he says there aren't, all right? So he's got to be telling the truth.
Live or dead? I think there are pieces and specimens of things that we can't explain there.
This is great.
Oh boy.
Were dinosaurs real?
The conspiracy theories about the guy who attacked Charlie Kirk are actually insane, because people have just noticed that in this photo of him on his screensaver is a picture of Goat Island, which is located in New Zealand. If you take a look at Goat Island, one of their most prominent lodges there is called Valhalla, and very quickly users remembered that when Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, was giving his speech to Charlie, he mentioned that very same place.
To my friend Charlie Kirk, we have the watch. I'll see you in Valhalla.
Immediately, this really weird connection caused an uproar on TikTok, and people in the comments are beyond convinced that Tyler is the fall guy and that there is no way that he did this. The conspiracy theories about the guy who attacked Charlie Kirk are actually insane.
That's confusing. I don't think I'm following. So
because people have just noticed that in this photo.
Right. So he has a photo of Goat Island. Goat on a boat. And you looked at some random place on Goat Island that happens to be named Valhalla. And you think... You think that Kash Patel's statement has something to do with it when he's talking about Charlie Kirk? That's not a connection. That's not even the beginnings of a connection. That's not even like a partial connection. That's completely separated from everything. The one infamous young British girl who went missing, and her case is linked with Ghislaine Maxwell, as some suggest she got eaten by her friends on the island. God damn! I don't think that it's actually in any of the release documents that anybody ever got eaten. I don't even think that people are openly admitting that they ate anybody. I think they were just talking about they wanted to eat people. Yeah, it's disgusting, but I think a distinction needs to be made. I don't know why, but you know, it's just for consistency's sake, I guess. You've got to make a distinction. All right? You can't just head right into cannibalism. Oh, God. What is this world we live in?
Have you heard the conspiracy about Mattress Firm?
I have heard the conspiracy about Mattress Firm. But tell these idiots so that they can know.
People only need to buy a new mattress every 8 years. But there seems to be...
Yet there are quite a lot of people on the planet.
A Mattress Firm on every corner. This makes no sense.
Not literally. But yeah, there are quite a few Mattress Firm locations, sure.
Theories online indicate that the company is involved in money laundering and that these stores exist.
Which would be way more plausible than any other more sinister one, you know? I have a conspiracy theory, okay. Go on.
As a way for them to not get caught. But the actual truth is a little less exciting. Mattress firm makes so much money on their mattresses that they typically only need to sell one a day to make rent.
Yeah, I mean, look at the fucking prices of those things. It's like thousands of dollars. And it's textiles. It's like some, you know, some construction, some way that they're sewing some of the layers together. But it's, you know, it's all that memory foam, like furniture stuffing shit. And then it's like they do the stitching so that it goes all the way through, and like it's, you know, that's ergonomic stuff, right? But it's all bullshit. It's all do-si-dos. It's all just like, I don't know. It's like paying $30 for a pizza. Like why would people do that? What's the motive behind that? You think it's like exclusive, or it's like somehow, I don't know. It better buy me dinner if it's gonna fuck me that hard. I don't think that was right. I don't think I said the right thing.
Dude, humans believe in...
All I can do is just give, you know, black conspiracy theories. That's all I have.
So there's a theory...
I don't know any black conspiracy theories.
Saw a red ring of poopy poop.
Vegeta? What?
Oh, we're back into my regular algorithm.
Breaking point and then shaming them for breaking is emotional abuse.
Ugh, I hate that fucking motivational bullshit.
The internet is freaking out because Mountain Dew just dropped a brand new midnight version of their iconic Baja Blast. And if you're like me, you might be asking yourself why, and apparently it's because a lot of people online believe in the Mountain Dew conspiracy theory.
So that each thing is like the lead up to a natural disaster, like some upheaval in governmental politics or some shit. Coincidental, one could argue, but definitely circumstantial at best.
What a neat image. I sure hope this...
The conspiracy theories about Donald Trump and Charlie Kirk's wife are insane, because it's just been revealed that Charlie's wife, Erica, was competing for Miss USA back in 2012, which coincidentally Trump owned. So there is a...
I mean, if anything, it could have been like a, you know, I'm going to introduce, you know, these guys, or, you know, even something like an arranged sort of thing between their family. I don't know. I mean, again, probably not a conspiracy theory.
Very good chance that they've met before. And weirdly enough, people on TikTok started to put together that Charlie was a big advocate of releasing the Epstein files, which we all know is the opposite of what Trump wants. And considering Trump said this at Charlie's memorial just a couple days ago,
That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent.
Everyone in the comments is convinced that Charlie got too close to uncovering something that the people he was closest to were hiding from him. The conspiracy theories about Donald Trump and Charlie...
I mean, I don't know. I think that it being a hit from Trump himself is highly unlikely. Trump seems like a very devastatingly stupid man. Very highly handled, very like curated, delivered all over the place. Like cognitively not very capable. And so I don't think that he's going to be like, I want to hit him. All right, we're going to have to figure out a scapegoat. All right. And then, you know, these clandestine meetings and shit like that. I don't even think he's smart enough to go, I want that guy dead. I think that maybe, you know, people in his cabinet surrounding circle would be believable in having carried out something like that, but I don't think that he's capable of it. Not mentally.
Charlie Kirk's wife are insane, because it's just been...
The world's scariest conspiracy theories.
Why? What? What was the point of pouring the water?
These are
The world's scariest conspiracy theories. Here we have conspiracy theories from the most well-known to the darkest, and today we're going to be starting off with tier 1.
I'm
and the first
so
conspiracy theory is Michael Jackson may not be dead after all. And this theory starts out with Michael.
No, he did. They released the autopsy details like not too long ago.
Being at his own funeral in disguise.
Does it not make sense that people from a weird-looking family would all look alike?
Wearing prosthetics and makeup to cover up. Believe it or not, but Michael has done this before to disguise himself from the paparazzi. There was also no open casket at his funeral, which means nobody ever saw his corpse. Now in this video, you can see the ambulance that took Michael to
No one at the funeral saw his corpse, so what?
the hospital, but when they got there, a figure that looked almost identical to him hopped out looking perfectly fine. Also, his daughter uploaded this photo and
Couldn't have been his wife at the time, or his estranged wife, I think. Couldn't have been his daughter. Couldn't have been like anyone that was associated with him that might have had like a waifish figure.
2016, and in the back seat you can see a figure that looks like Michael sitting there. Finally, Michael's middle name
And not her brother?
is spelled differently on his death certificate than it is on his ID and even passport. The world.
Yeah, Joe is short for Joseph, you fucking idiot.
These are unsolved mysteries that will never be solved. So in 1977, astronomers picked up an unknown 72-second radio signal from space, and it was never repeated, leading scientists to believe that it could have been the one and only attempt by aliens to contact us.
From what I understand, I don't think that's... I think that it was eventually just double-checked and was realized to have been either a misprint by the person who wrote it down or something like. It was an anomaly. It was not. They found out that it was not like a curated signal. I don't remember like specifically, but I think they debunked that.
The dancing plague of 1518 involved a group of French.
It was rye poisoning. Wild yeast fed on the rye and turned it toxic. And they all ate bread that was made with the tainted rye at a huge festival. So they all got like a fucking weird hallucinogenic trip. And that's really what happened.
People who would dance uncontrollably for days, sometimes to physical exhaustion with no clear medical explanation to this
Rye
day.
poisoning.
The Max Headroom incident in 1987 involved a mysterious masked man hijacking television stations and speaking nonsense into the camera with bizarre footage. A coded sculpture outside of the CIA headquarters called the Cryptos contains 4 encrypted passages, and nobody to this day has been able to solve the final one. The Tunguska event, which is the largest impact explosion event on Earth in
it's a meteoroid.
Recorded history, at 1,000 times bigger than the Hiroshima bomb.
It exploded in the atmosphere and caused a nuclear-like explosion.
Destroyed 80 million
It was actually supposed to be on par with Tsar Bomba.
trees in Siberia in 1908, but scientists can't confirm whether it was a meteor or something totally
Yes, they can. We found pieces of meteor all over the site.
different because there was no crater or
Yes, there was.
meteor rocks
Yes, there were.
anywhere. And finally, the Amelia Earhart disappearance remains a mystery to this day. As she flew around the Pacific in 1937, only to vanish without a trace of her plane or body ever to be found.
You know, I think that we've pretty thoroughly established where she might have ended up at this time. I think it was like Indonesia or Malaysia, something like that. I'm not sure, but there's like that one part of that flight path that's like notoriously bad for planes. I don't know enough about avionics to know if it's called avionics. So.
Theories you never thought of. A Reddit user found a black hole on Google Maps and users couldn't figure out what it was. In 1960,
Could just be a place that they haven't photographed.
an Italian magazine carried a story on how the world would look in 2022. That's nuts. The average person walks past around...
That's not a... Well, I guess it's a theory on how the technology is going to evolve, I guess.
7 psychopaths every day. That might not be true. NASA's Curiosity
I mean, yeah, that's definitely not true.
rover discovered a strange...
Psychopathy is not... It's not like a thing that you can very easily diagnose, because a psychopath is very unlikely to be honest during evaluation sessions. So like if you want to try and determine if someone's a psychopath, you have to go through like a line of questioning, right? To try and like determine if they have the markers of psychopathy. It makes sense. And a psychopath, like one of their main instincts is self-preservation. And so they'll try and do anything that they can, twist the narrative any way that they can, lie, cheat, steal, all the kind of stuff that they need to do in order to remain undetected, wearing a human skin. And so they would never be honest during an assessment for psychopathy. So it's kind of like a catch-22. Like, you have to diagnose psychopathy, you have to be able to study it, to understand it, how to treat it. But a psychopath is not going to be honest during a psychopathy assessment because they tend to be really self-aware, and the number one instinct that they have is self-preservation at all costs. So it's just, yeah, I don't know. You can't diagnose it. So there's no validity to a theory that would rank, or that would say, like, that's like saying that every day you walk by at least 9 doctors. That's just that's saying 9 out of 10. That's perverting a stat, you know, which is like 1 in 7 people, or 7, I guess 7 in like 100 people are psychopath. I don't know what the stat is that he's trying to play on for the views, but you can't just like attach a stat to something. Psychopathy isn't a diagnosis, right? It's a set of diagnoses. And again, I preface everything with the fact that it's all as far as I'm aware. If you know something better than me, feel free to correct me. But, yeah. There's like a bunch of conditions that fall under the umbrella of psychopathy, like narcissism. And then you just call the whole thing psychopathy. But like, you don't diagnose it because it's almost impossible to diagnose. Someone can exhibit like all the markers of what we understand makes a psychopath, but as I said before, as I spent this entire time saying, you're never going to get a good set of data.
Rock formation on Mars that looks like an alien doorway. Here's a better look. Only 66% of 18 to 24-year-olds are confident the world is round, according to a survey. And
I mean, that would be more of a telling a number on, or of a telling factor or a figure on how far we've declined out of being educated, wouldn't it? I don't know that stat means what you think it means or what you want it to.
supposedly a prisoner who died and was brought back to life claims his life sentence has technically ended.
That is an argument I heard someone give in I think it was on the radio. Like someone was talking about, there's a court case in some state where, they're saying that
the idea that
because I died and had to come back to life through CPR, I've now served my life sentence and I should get to go free. I don't think the judge went for that.
Simpsons can predict the future is one of the most popular conspiracy theories in the entire world. From future presidents to the God particle to virus outbreaks, they seem to have an episode for everything.
My conspiracy theory is that there's no such thing as witness protection. When the government erases your identity, they just freaking kill you. It's cheaper, easier, and when people are like, no, seriously, where are they? They can be like, I know, right? How good are we? Loving the idea of someone in witness protection scrolling through Twitter.
The timing with what happened at the Golden Globe.
See, that's more funny than it is concerning, so, good on you. Crazy theory about the pyramids.
What were they? So, gun to my head, I think they were...
if I want to give ultimate validity to what I'm saying, I have to make it a life and death issue. All right? Clinical construct or a cluster of personality traits used primarily in research forensic settings.
to generate energy. There's been research that certain wavelengths broadcast at the Great Pyramid will amplify that electromagnetic energy. But the pyramid power plant theory is
well, there you go.
Tesla's technology.
I mean,
in the plateau, there is an aquifer under there. That water would create this resonant frequency, and they found.
You know, I had always thought that the pyramids were there so that we could contact, or so that we could send beams into outer space. You know, and it's always a frequency thing, right? It's always a frequency vibrational thing. So that makes total sense. And then something about copper rods. So, I mean, we're on the right track so far.
Rods that go down there, those would create sound, F-sharp chords specifically, like when you blow across a bottle.
Right. So I think what he did was he saw the Godzilla movie, Godzilla versus Kong, with the ape is the bad guy. I'm pretty sure that's what he saw. And he saw the crystals that were underneath a pyramid inside of Hollow Earth, and he's like, oh, wouldn't that be cool if that's how that was, up here. I mean, a kind of a unique theory. Seems it's somewhat modern.
It's called a Helmholtz resonator. This chamber is built out of rose granite, densely made of quartz. And when you compress...
And you know what's really funny is that it's not like anyone can actually go there and verify any of this in real time, so they can't debunk him actively. They have to be like, oh, well, I just let him talk a bunch of shit on my stream or podcast or whatever. And he ended up being wrong about everything. Because the show's already been aired. Show's already been aired.
Quartz, it creates electricity. It's called piezoelectricity. So how do we get it out? The interior is made out of a certain type of limestone, and that's called a dielectric. And if you had a gold capstone on top, you can force that energy up through the capstone and up into the ionosphere.
Like in The Mummy 2?
And that's what Nikola Tesla was trying to do. What did they do with it? My guess is the Egyptians just found it. It's supposed to be the tomb for Khufu, but no mummy's ever been found.
What were they?
So,
yeah, they have. They found quite a few mummies. Only an idiot would have said that. Very well documented.
This is the biggest thing with dealing with JWs, is realizing they're part of an insulated social community. So here's some conspiratorial things that they're being told. They believe that the Bible has been butchered and that they've fixed it with their New World Translation. All other translations are suspect. They believe the Trinity is pagan. They believe that all Christianity has been apostate since the 2nd century. They believe that you need to call God Jehovah or else. They believe that birthday celebrations are pagan. Military service is pagan. Christmas is pagan. Easter is pagan. You all are pagan, and that's why we can't trust you. They're
yeah. Saturnalia, Samhain, all based from like ritualistic sort of, caveman cults.
Told never Google Jehovah's Witnesses. They're told this from their leaders. If you do have to research, only use jw.org or other watchtower websites for research. I mean, that's not really research, right? So it creates this insulated social community. So that breaking through that has to do with a lot of trying to create goodwill between you and a Jehovah's Witness person.
I actually didn't know much of this. I don't know a whole lot about the Jehovah's Witnesses. I would like to learn more, but I don't currently. Is this bunk or debunk? I think this guy is anti-watchtower.
They realize, like, I'm not here to attack you. And a lot of reaching them is going to be like getting them to question the governing body, because so much of what they believe is depending on just trusting those guys. This is the biggest.
I think I've seen this guy's stuff before. I think he's a former JW. Know what scripture says about specific prove Christianity is true. Oh no, he's a Christian apologist.
Everybody thinks they know who Jesus is.
All hail Plankton. What's going on here?
He's supposed to be representing Jesus, who is bothered and offended that he's being worshipped. But Jesus actually received worship in the Bible. They bowed down and worshipped him, and he received it. He had no problem or no complaint.
I mean, the Bible could be entirely fake, for all we know. So I don't know why you take one fake thing and you're like, no, it's not fake in the way you think. It's fake in the way I think.
Thing with dealing.
This SpongeBob conspiracy theory is pretty disturbing and might change how
Do you see how YouTube has been kind of like dry in terms of conspiracies? Like, what? This is not a real conspiracy. Come on, man.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide.
The Dan Snyder thing
Can't
that
get
came
away
out.
from him.
What are some dark conspiracy theories about Disney movies?
Just don't understand, how do you not believe in any conspiracy theories? I understand not all of them, not most of them, but
What if you believed every conspiracy theory? Week 1, Earth is flat. You throw out your globe. Birds aren't real. These are government drones.
Birds aren't real. I like that one, you know. That's a bit more of a harmless one. See if we can get a hit there. I was hoping to find like a longer form one. Ah, well, whatever. It's actually, this is a good place to stop. It is a little past the time that I normally go, but I was having fun, and you know, we were reacting to some fun videos and everything, but literally everything is conspiracy. Well, that's cognitive dissonance, right? They don't find the proof they want, and so they have to go to a conspiracy to get it. I appreciate you hanging out, Captain Homer. Sorry that you know, you joined so late, but you know what? At least I hope that what you saw was entertaining enough. And I'll be back on Monday. Gonna go have a weekend going to a family fun center. Me and my wife, we don't have kids, so it always looks weird when fully grown adults go to family fun center. To me, it feels awkward, but you know what? I'm all right with it. Mini golf is fun, and we gonna get drunk. Not too drunk because you got to drive home, but you know, get a light buzz on. Do the quick 9 or the full 18, and then back home. Actually, isn't mini golf where we're going. I don't know why I said that. Anywho, thanks. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of your day and your weekend and all that stuff. Thank you. Hey, the music's ending too. Good timing.